Live from the shores of Orchard Lake in Orchard Lake, Michigan. We've got rowing on the prep. Hello from the Laddie Cup 2025. Chad Bush, Mike Parker, many more to join. We've got a great afternoon planned. It starts at 12 o'clock noon. It'll run probably till 4:30 or 5. We've got 5 cameras, a lot of fun. And we start with Mike Parker, former national champion on the Orchard Lake St. Mary's boat in 1998. Mike, thanks so much for joining us.
You bet, Chad. Thanks for having me here, man.
Yeah.
Pumped.
And you've already been out there. Not only are you going to do some commentary with us today, and look at this jacket first. Would you show the folks this fine jacket?
That's right. Typically the louder, the better is the game plan when you show up to the Henley Royal Regatta, and this is kind of what you wear there. So
it's looking good. It's
Thanks.
looking good. This is a day that celebrates Jack Laddie Leblanc, first and foremost. He is the reason for the season and for this regatta.
Absolutely.
It has been appropriately named, and man, I know you have high regard for.
Absolutely.
Let's start there. This day celebrates him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't have asked for a better person to name this event after, and it's just an honor to come up here from Columbus to run this every year. First Saturday in May, mark your calendars for Laddie Cup. That's when we run this thing, and it's been great. 15 years straight. I was not fortunate to have this event when I was a high schooler, but we have a lot of alums from 1980s to 2022 helping out, making this race the success that it is.
This was a race last year that Orchard Lake St. Mary's won for the first time ever. Of course, they've added girls in recent years, so they had the opportunity to get the combined championship, and they took it for the first time, which made this event even cooler last season.
Yeah, it's kind of a confluence of this is, the first part of the season where the weather's starting to get nicer. You got crews showing up, and you really get a test of how fast you are with some of these crews out of various regions in Cleveland and Chicago and other areas that really test your all the training you've done thus far. So this will be a good afternoon to tune into some rowing.
It's a nice dress rehearsal for the Midwest as
Very
well
true.
To get folks ready, and we've seen the talented girls varsity 4 from last year that won the national title.
That's right.
We'll see them again, the varsity 8s in the men's and the women's to lead things off. A lot of fun ahead, and we're glad to have it for you on the prep. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back with the bench boss, the head of the boat. It's Czar. And when you got one name, you know you're at the top of it all. Coach Zarnki is next. Thanks for watching. Welcome inside the Verkaki Academic Center. We're at Orchard Lake St. Mary's getting set for a regatta, the Laddie Cup. The 2025 Laddie Cup is upon us. Who else to bring in than the Czar? Glad to bring Coach Czar in again. Thanks so much for having us. We're excited for Laddie Cup 2025.
Oh, thank you for guys making it out. Your broadcast last year was absolutely exquisite, top shelf stuff, and able to share this experience with a broader network. It is absolutely critical for us to continue to provide visibility for the opportunity that is our team. We really appreciate it.
It's Chris Zarnki. Last year was a successful run. I know you want to do more things than win the cup. It's a big event that you want all the events to go right and well. But in the end, when you win your first ever combined championship in school history at the Laddie Cup. I mean, that's quite the flex.
Yeah, I mean, we've been running this event for 14 years, and obviously prior to the girls coming in, we had won on the men's side, and really the combined points thing was never really a goal for us. But since we've added the girls, and the girls have been doing so well, so strong, it really does make us a force, and we were very, very proud of that achievement last year.
To cap off last year, the girls win the national title, and I know that the varsity four, or excuse me, the girls junior four winning that national title is a huge feat, and obviously something you were very proud of last year as they ended the year right. Yeah,
this is massive. I mean, here we are 4 years in to our girls division, and to see them already achieving things that took the boys' side. No, I'm not throwing shade or anything, but decades to get there. To be able to achieve it in such a short time frame, I think just really speaks to the quality of people that we have within our team. Their willingness to push, their willingness to help one another, raise one another up, and hold standards, right? That is absolutely evidence of that. And within 4 years to see our first national championship is just so impressive.
And on to this year. And, of course, things go through the summer, but really you dig in the fall with 2 events, one in Boston, one in Columbus.
Yeah.
And the training continues into the winter as well. I know you added a strength and conditioning portion of the program that was pretty intense.
Yes. No, the strength work that our athletes put in at Fix in Kigo was absolutely critical to the improvements that we've made. Our explosivity and strength through the stroke is really been the benefactor of the training that the guys, John and his team at Fix Training have put in. And the miles too. The miles too matter. The miles that the athletes put in this winter from November, like just getting off the water, all the way to March. Has been really critical to our early successes and our future successes that are on the horizon.
The Huron Sprints, I know, happened, your first real main event of the year, and then Kensington, and then the heavy training in between down in Tennessee. Just summarize what the spring's been all about so far.
Yeah, I mean, every rowing coach you're going to hear complain about this, like, oh, the weather's been awful, we haven't been able to get on the water, but like, that's actually the truth this year. The weather has been incredibly fickle. You're on for 2 days, you're off for 3 days. So, what we've really appreciated is the flexibility of the athletes to understand the big picture, to recognize that, we can't get out today, but it doesn't mean that we're not getting better today. So the athletes have been really, really good about getting on the ergs and continuing to train. Our first race at the First Mitten Series, the Huron Sprints, we had good results. But at the same time, it's like you don't know what you don't know, right? You have done the training, but you haven't done the racing yet. So you're just kind of playing your first hand and seeing where things land. Knowing in the back of our head that we had that big training trip down to Oak Ridge where we were going to log hundreds of thousands of meters and then come back and see where things shake out. But at the same time, the body pays a price for that much rowing. And I was a bit reticent insofar as, what we were going to achieve results-wise at the Kensington Sprints last weekend. And to see us go on and win 11 events I was surprised. I did not see that coming. Particularly our performance in the big varsity boats, the women's varsity 8 making substantial improvement from the week before, our men's varsity 8s going first in each of the first, second, and third varsity 8s. That was really, really encouraging.
Yeah. Well, the reason for the season today is Jack Laddie Leblanc, the namesake of Laddie Cup. We'll have a few of his grandsons and his son as well on the commentary later on. But I know this is an event that you all get a chance to show out for your home team, for your fans, and all the local support. You take this event seriously, but I know you want to have fun and you want to win.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, for our athletes, this is their one home game, all year long. You can go see several football home games, basketball home games, what have you, but for our athletes, this is their one opportunity to show their friends what they do and how much training they put in and how skilled they are. And yeah, absolutely, we want to honor Laddie by going fast. Like, plainly and simply. I was brought in by Laddie years and years ago. Like, honestly, he got me my job. He got me the interview with Jim Glowacki here, and that was the summer of 2004, and I've been here since. The guy was absolutely ravenous when it came to rowing. Absolutely ravenous. And I know that he's looking down at us this weekend and smiling and seeing what we've made his team.
Do you think he'd be made for TV if he was to do an interview?
Oh my God, you have to be pretty quick with that mute button. Some of the jokes were quite candid, but nonetheless, great sense of humor. The guy could sell ice to Eskimos.
No doubt.
He was awesome.
The best. Laddie LeBlanc. They'll do it for him today. Thanks so much, Czar, for being a part of this.
Oh, you bet. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's Chris Zarnki. More to come from the Laddie Cup 2025 from Orchard Lake right after this.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss.
McGinley scores.
Welcome back to Laddie Cup 2025. Chad Bush and Michael Parker with you. Chad Abule to join shortly, but a national champion to my left and national champions last year for the girls Junior 4. What an experience they must have had. High expectations this year. What a great feat.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of speed out of the crews this morning, especially those ladies this morning. Had some really fast heats out there, so really looking forward to these afternoon finals for sure.
All right, we'll hear from the Junior 4 boat right after this. We're coming back with more Laddie Cup coverage. But first, the girls, the national champs, right after this. Welcome back to Laddie Cup 2025. We're here with the outstanding performing girls Junior 4 last year that won the national title for Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the girls division. And they also helped the Laddie Cup title go to St. Mary's for the combined title. We'll start first with Sienna Smith, a senior committed to Michigan, International Affairs, and give us a sense of what it's like to win a national title in a boat with your girlfriends, with your classmates, and with your teammates that you've been grinding with all season long.
Oh, it was just amazing. It was so much fun. I mean, these are all my best friends on the team. And just the feeling of, we got our outfits together and we all did the buns and the Oakleys and we had so much fun. And just the feeling like going to New Jersey with all of them and having that experience. And it was so much fun.
Eliazado, tell us as well, you were part of the boat and you had these same experiences. Tell us what it was like building up to it. Did you feel that there was a sense that this boat was going to be special?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like since the beginning, our first race, I could tell this boat was going to be different. We just all clicked so well as rowers and friends together that I felt like our chemistry as rowers really worked out to make it so we could achieve this. And working together towards this achieving this was really special and important. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, the leader of the boat is the coxswain, and that takes us to the front of the boat. And Chloe Filiatro, tell us what it's like to lead this group. Were these ladies ready to roll from the start? How much did you have to motivate? Just take us through this progression.
Ellie said it herself. It was a pretty special season that was already going. I mean, right off the first race that they had, it was already feeling special. So there wasn't a lot of motivating that needed to happen. We had it pretty set out. We knew what we wanted. And at that point, it was just going after it. Every practice we had, there was a level of just fun. We were all in this together and we were enjoying it. But at the same time, we were getting down to business and we were still throwing down.
Love it. Nika Ladashensky, also a key member of this boat. Give us a little bit of insight of the girls and the moment after you won and what you did, the feeling physically and the emotions. Just kind of talk us through the victorious moment.
So definitely throughout the race, it was a little nerve-wracking just to see where we were at compared to a whole nation of competition and where we would stand on the national level. And seeing that we had just throughout the race, building up a big gap and then finally going across that finish line and having it all pay off the whole season. We were undefeated the whole season, and then finally we won the nationals. It was like, wow, so we'd like put all that work in for this, and it was for a reason, and we got to do it all together because we knew that no one held anything back, and we definitely could proudly say that we laid it all on that course, and we had no regrets.
Well said. Sadie Ross was the bow on that boat and continues to be the bow of the varsity 8 and 4. Give us your experience and takeaway from last year's boat.
It was definitely like the best way to explain it is just like life-changing. Like Nika, Chloe, and I, we all came in as sophomores on varsity. We hadn't rowed with any of these girls before. And kind of right off of the first race, it was like, this is definitely something different than like our freshman year. It was just completely different. And it was just like every single stroke we took was like everyone wanted to be there. Everyone was giving it their all. And up until, our last stroke at nationals, it was like, I don't know. It was like everyone was here. Everyone wanted to be here. And it was very special.
And the tops ever in school history. When you're breaking school history, that's another level. Groundbreaking stuff. Very good stuff, girls. Lastly, Sienna, I want to hear it from you. This year, we've talked all about last year, but this year, expectations have raised, and you've had a couple races already. What is the varsity 8, the varsity 4 going to bring this year, this time, to the waters?
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit different of a season just with timing. Like Coach Zara said, the water's been a little bit tricky just with weather and temperature. But, just from the time in Tennessee, we've got a lot of strokes in. We put a lot of meters in. And from, the Huron sprints to the regatta after Tennessee, we made a big difference in the varsity 8. We dropped a lot of seconds in our race against our competitors. And I have a good feeling. I think it's going to be a good senior season, if you will.
High expectations coming off a natty, but these girls are ready to ride today, the Laddie Cup. Thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck today and the rest of the year. We've got more to come in the Laddie Cup's coverage from the prep right here on Orchard Lake right after this.
First, life gives us many. From buying your first car or first home to starting a business, Alliance Catholic Credit Union is here for you every step of the way. From checking and savings accounts and youth accounts to auto loans, mortgages, business needs, and financial planning. A full-service financial institution with over 70 years of experience. We're committed to serving your firsts, seconds, 50ths, and every day in between. Alliance Catholic Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss.
McKinley scores!
Oh, yes. Welcome back to Orchard Lake on the shores of Orchard Lake for the Laddie Cup, second year in a row. We're honored to be the proud voice of the Laddie Cup. We are the Prep, bringing you Michigan's best high school sports. And sometimes it's traditional sports. Usually it's traditional sports. Not today. It's the non-traditional. This is highbrow. This is high-end. This is rowing. It's crew. And we've got a couple of the finest in Orchard Lake history to my left. Michael Parker, you've already met. Chad Abule to my right, 1994. And you met Chad last year if you joined us on the Laddie Cup. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for accepting the assignment.
Hey, thanks for having me. Glad to be back on the shores of Orchard Lake.
That's where we're at. Familiar for you. As the grandson of Jack Laddie Leblanc, I know this is a special event for you, an event that they did not have, really, when we were here. What's it like to be back again and to see this great event that continues to get better every year?
Yeah, it's great that they're honoring his legacy. And, when he was here, he never imagined that there could be a rowing regatta here. So we always thought that, it was never going to happen. But, it's great that they're out here. And, the course is great. The water's great. And, we're just happy to be here and that they're still honoring his legacy after this many years that he's been gone.
The improvements and the advancements in technology have brought us lanes. We have lanes today, Mike Parker. But in all seriousness, it does add a little bit of validity to the event, and it helps keep everything organized. Explain what that's all about.
Yeah, you think of the mechanics are pretty simple, but when you're talking GPS coordinated starting line and finish line, you have homeowners, properties you got to contend with. It's quite the project. It took a couple days to get that course laid down, all 1,500 meters of it. Really makes your job a lot easier out there as a competitor, but also as an official following these boats down and keeping them aligned. So it's been super helpful keeping us on time this morning in the heats, and we're kicking it off this afternoon with our big varsity eights, both the men and the women. So very, very excited for that.
The varsity 8, as you mentioned, and there is the St. Mary's varsity 8, and the coxswain is Cooper Hollis, whose father, Brian Hollis, was a coxswain back in the early 90s and was coached under Jack Laddie Leblanc. And he suggested to his son, he said, hey, try this out. See if you like it. And they won their first race as Novice B boat, and he's been addicted since. And this kid has done nothing but win. Evan Caju will also be in that boat, along with Colin Stepien, Ryan Kazera, Dylan Fiatro, who we'll talk to coming up, Logan Whalen, who we'll also talk to, Alan Fox, Jack Wyzorek, and Colton Mercier. That's the Orchard Lake St. Mary's varsity 8. And the boats are coming out, and they're getting ready. As you see overhead, we're getting set for action. And this race is a fun one, guys, right, Mike? I mean, this is one that it's one of the headliners in an event and in a regatta.
Absolutely, and traditionally you have these boats end your day, but today right in prom season we have a lot of these seniors coming off the water, got to get ready for the big event, so we accommodate that with the men's and the women's varsity 8s kicking us off here, and we're starting off in the northwest corner of the lake here. We have the fastest 2 times coming off from Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, and St. Ignatius in the morning heats this morning.
I understand we're going to have a delay. There was a false start.
Okay.
So we are going to step aside. We've got Cooper Hollis and our conversation with him next. We're back with Cooper Hollis. We're here with the senior Cooper Hollis, the coxswain of the varsity 8, varsity 4. You have a little bit of history here. Your father went to St. Mary's. You're a legacy kid. He rode in this program. You kind of knew a little bit about this program and this school coming in. Reflecting back in the 4 years, has it lived up to the hype, the billing that you kind of knew about coming in?
Yeah, definitely. So when I was in middle school, just trying to choose which school I wanted to go to, my dad definitely said, you need to go to St. Mary's because there's a lot of cool experiences that you aren't going to get anywhere else. And one of those experiences was rowing. His coach was Laddie, the person who we were rowing for. Yeah. So, I mean, the people that you come into contact with at the school, especially through stuff like rowing, like the classes here, definitely really changed my life, especially for the better. So yeah, definitely my dad influenced me to come here, and it's been a life-changing 4 years.
Cooper's committed to the University of Michigan, where he will focus on nursing. This team, this group, a special group that you've been a part of as a coxswain, what's it like being the leader, being the front man for the band, so to speak, and kind of being that voice and the coach of the boat?
Yeah, it's obviously something special being able to be kind of like the headmaster of all of it, especially being a coxswain. Going into it, didn't think I would have this much of an impact or a role on the team. But I mean, right off the bat, my first year going in that Novice 8 and really making a change for the team as a whole, even just at my low novice level. I mean, we brought points in that won us states that year, and then we've really changed the game ever since. So yeah, having an impact on this team has really been just super impactful for me. It makes me feel really good about it makes me feel like rowing is giving me sort of the purpose that I want.
Yeah. Coach Chris Zarnki, one of your, I know, mentors, talk about his leadership of this program, what he's meant to you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's a character, man. I mean, just as soon as my first weeks in rowing made me really feel like I belonged. I mean, he's just such a great guy to talk. I mean, he's really changed my life for the better. He's just, I mean, he like the one thing that he teaches us is like you can leave here being the best rower, the worst rower, but you're gonna leave here being like the best person that you can be. He's like really taught us not to be just a good rower, but to be a good person to when we go out in the world after high school, that we can change the world and like really do our part.
Cooper, thanks so much, man.
Yeah, thank you.
It's Cooper Hollis, senior, headed to Michigan. Big day for him today. Responsible for a few boats today on Orchard Lake. More to come on the Preps coverage of the Laddie Cup 2025 right after this. We're back with Dylan Filiatro, one of the senior leaders of this Orchard Lake St. Mary's rowing program, headed to Vanderbilt to be a Commodore. He will row down in Nashville and study law. Congrats on your career, your success as an oarsman and as a student athlete.
Thank you.
What's this Laddie Cup 2025 mean to you? You guys are coming off a win last year, a combined title win for the first time in school history. Big shoes to fill. You ready to have some fun today?
Absolutely. I think this regatta means a ton to us, especially as our home regatta, home course. Last year we took advantage of it, obviously taking home the trophy and whatnot, and we're hoping to do it again this year. Hoping big things out of our men's varsity 8 and hopefully our pair. So it'll be a great regatta, and I'm really looking forward to it.
You guys have been building up, I know, since the fall
Yep.
and working through the winter. What were some of the gains that you saw either in camaraderie, either in some erg numbers, some intangible, measurable feats?
Yeah. So I feel like really on the guys' side during the winter, we really put in a ton of miles, even at Oak Ridge too. Really saw those erg numbers drop. Fix was a huge help in that. Fix really brought us along in the weight room, which is what I think we were struggling in last year. And overall, just bringing up the camaraderie, all the boys working together in the winter. So it's really something special to look forward to.
You've also got, a couple things to think about, the 8, the 4. What are some of the differences to those that are not as intimate with the sport? What you need to focus on a little bit differently when you're in the 4 or in the 8?
In the 8, it's a lot more of just like press off the front end, the catch of the stroke. In the 4, you got to have a lot more camaraderie with your fellow boatmates. You really got to like squeeze together during the stroke. And yeah, there's a lot more boat feel in a 4. Like you got to have a lot more boat set. Yeah.
Your sister's in this program as well. She's a coxswain on the girls' side. Does she ever try to like boss you around at home and be your coxswain like around the house?
No, never. I would never let her do that.
Oh, older brother and a senior. What did you expect? Lastly, what's maybe your best memory from all these trips in these 4 years? You've gone on a lot of journeys, slept in a lot of hotels, sweated with a lot of your boys. What does it come down to? What was the top one?
I think my favorite moment here rowing was winning the men's novice 8 at States as a freshman. I think that really solidified my love of the sport. It really brought me to where I am today, keeping with this sport, sticking with the camaraderie. The class of 25 on the men's side it's something special, and I think it really was solidified in the men's novice 8, so I have to go with that.
All right, good answer. Thanks so much, Dylan. Best of luck to you. Have some fun today out on the water.
I will. Thank you.
All right, Dylan Filiatro. More to come from the Laddie Cup right after this. The Mike Morris Law Firm is the largest Michigan-based personal injury law firm in the Midwest. They represent clients throughout the state of Michigan and Northwest Ohio who have suffered injuries from trucking and motor vehicle accidents, slip and fall, dog bite accidents as well. And the firm also partners with other esteemed law firms throughout the state and Midwest, specializing in other areas of the law so that they can help even more people. The Mike Morris Law Firm is a proud sponsor of the Laddie Cup and encourages all the rowers to row for the win. All right, we are underway. The men's first varsity B final is upon us. 8 final. My 8s and my Bs are already looking alike. Orchard Lake St. Mary's is in lane 1. St. Ignatius is in lane 2. Forest Hills Central is in lane 3. St. Edward's out of Cleveland is in lane 4. St. John's out of Toledo is in lane 5. Huron out of Ann Arbor is in lane 6. Cranbrook from across the lake is in lane 7. Detroit Boat Club from Detroit is in lane 8. All right, Chad Bush alongside Michael Parker and Chad Abule
And it's the men's first varsity 8 final upon us. Tell us what we should know, Mike Parker, about the favorites in this race.
Well, what you're looking at here to the left of your screen is lane 1 with St. Mary's, and lane 2 with St. Ignatius there, top positions out of the heats this morning, both very fast times. They're both about 10 seconds ahead of their competition this morning, so we're really looking at a lot of speed out of that lanes 1 and 2. It looks like St. Ignatius has about a half boat lead right now coming up on St. Mary's here. We're just about to cross, I'd say, the first 500 mark or so, about almost 2 minutes into this race. Both crews, I think, finished around in the 450s this morning, 450 and 458. So we're coming up right at that part of the race where the legs are starting to burn, the lungs are starting to burn, and you're starting to hear the crew cheering you from the shoreline. So we got the adrenaline rush here, and you're just trying to put it all on that oar handle.
Chad, in a varsity 8 versus the varsity 4, or even in a skull situation, what are you doing? What's the tempo and the seat that you were in that you wanted to set and start in this race? What's the one thing you got to keep in mind?
Well, you always want to get a fast start. You want to try to get out ahead of the pack, and then kind of midway through the races, you want to try to settle. Try to get that lactic acid burning out of your system, and then try to keep ahead in front of people. To have the coxswain will kind of watch each boat and see where they're at and pace them, and depending on what's going on, they might slow the stroke rate down. They might up the tempo with a higher stroke rate. But as of right now, you just want to get a good lead and keep pushing those legs out and trying to stay ahead.
What would Laddie be yelling right now at this point of the race?
Parker, keep your head in the boat. Keep your head in the boat. And, just cranking on that oar handle coming up here in the last 500 meters. This is basically where you start, this is where you start putting some distance on the rest of the crew. As the lead crew there, as you can see, St. Ignatius almost up by a length here. You put some distance between your competition. Because everyone's facing backwards, you can't see the people in front of you. So it's just as much of a mental challenge as it is a physical one out there.
Down the stretch we come, and there you see the leaders. And I believe that St. Ignatius out of Cleveland in the lead, the all-boys institution, and a powerhouse in rowing. They've won this until the run was ended last year. They'd won back-to-back in 02 and 03 overall. They had the highest score all time with 275 points back in 2016.
It looks like St. Mary's trying to pick a push here at the end here, trying to close that distance on them.
So St. Ignatius down the stretch. St. Mary's chasing in lane 1. Third place right now.
Wow, this coming down to the wire.
We got about a 4-seat advantage on St. Ignatius here over St. Mary's. Close it up. Yep. Finished at about a 2-seat ahead advantage.
St. Ignatius victorious in our first final race today, the men's varsity 8. And it's the boys in navy and gold from Cleveland. St. Ignatius, number 1. Orchard Lake St. Mary's is 2nd. And we're trying to get the third boat. Pat the stat trying to adjust. It's boat number 4. That's St. Edward's, also out of the fine state of Cleveland. So St. Ed's finishes 3rd to round it out. And that's that. So first race is in the books. The next race coming up is the women's first varsity 8. And here's a look at the schedule. Up until 1:32. There you see the women's varsity 8, followed by the men's second varsity 8, and then the women's second varsity 8, and so on and so forth. How do you like the layout of having the championships in the varsity 8s to start off things?
I mean, it's a great way to highlight, this event. Essentially, you got a great day for some racing out there. Very calm water conditions. Slight breeze out of the north side, but we're on the north side of the lake right now, so we're actually getting a little bit of shelter. So it's really a great day to be racing at 53 degrees here on Orchard Lake.
We've got camera coverage in 5 locations today, including Mr. O'Connor on the dinghy today. And there you see the final schedules. We've got a drone, and we're just happy to be here and be a part of this great coverage that'll run up until about 4:30 or so. The last race is scheduled to run at 4:05 with the women's varsity 2.
I want to look at those times for the varsity 8 here.
About a 1 second delta between St. Ignatius and Orchard Lake in that men's first varsity final. 4:38, spot 7-8 versus 4:39.797. Very close race there. And you can see St. Edward's in third, Forest Hill Central in fourth.
Followed by St. John's Jesuit out of Toledo, Ann Arbor Huron. Cranbrook finishes 7th, and Detroit finishes 8th. So that completes our first race. Now we get a chance to switch gears to the women's side, and it's the first varsity 8 coming up. What can we expect out of this race? And is St. Joe's going to clean up again? This is the women's first varsity for Orchard Lake St. Mary's, captained by the coxswain Brandon Hedgedus. And the women's first varsity 8 is underway.
And you can see there at the left to right is lane number 1, St. Joseph Academy out there in the front. About a half boat open water there on lane 2, St. Mary's. And then lane 3, Forest Hill Central. Looks like is our current 1, 2, 3 as we come up here. Approaching the halfway mark on the course.
This is a boat that does feature several members of the girls Junior 4 from last year that were national champions, including Ellie Azado, Sienna Smith, Nika Ladizinski, Sydney Labutte, Nina DeFonso, Evelyn Ross, Ava Gallegos, and Madeline Curtin. This is a great boat that will be a favorite. You also got to look out for St. Joe's Academy, always a power, the all-girls school out of Toledo. So, looking at the lanes for that race, it'll be St. Joe's Academy in lane 1, followed by OLSM in lane 2, Forest Hill Central in lane 3, Detroit Boat Club in lane 4, Cranbrook in lane 5, Huron in lane 6, East Grand Rapids in lane 7, and Notre Dame Academy out of Toledo, all-girls school in lane 8. All right, Fish likes that school for some reason. Anything in Ohio, Fish likes.
That's right.
That's right. You guys both have ties.
That's
Mike
right.
comes up from Columbus today, so you guys got some good blood there from the Buckeye State. There you see the shot from Dylan O'Connor, who is boat side, and you see some of the grunts, some of the grueling going on.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of separation out of that first place position right now with St. Joseph Academy putting some distance on the field there out in lane number 1. Looks like a pretty tight race there, and kind of 3 and 4, 2, 3 and 4 is pretty tight. So as I come into the last 250 meters here, we'll really get a good sense of that spread. And this is that last final push when you start bringing up that stroke rate. You're into your sprints, and you're really pushing towards that last 15, 20 strokes is all you got.
St. Joseph finished 3rd overall last year with 159 points. They finished 2nd in back-to-back years in 22 and 23. Just getting edged out in 23 by their rival out of Cleveland and St. Iggy. St. Joe's all the way. And they're continuing to shine in Orchard Lake and love and life in Michigan.
Got some open water there between lanes 1 and 2, and then about 1 boat length between lanes 2 and 3, and that's going to look like that's going to be our first, second, and third finishing there right there.
Orchard Lake St. Mary's is in. They'll finish second. And the girls get themselves a silver second to introduce themselves to their homecoming crowd. It's followed by Forest Hill Central. I'm sorry.
Looks like Forest Hill Central took the third place in that one.
That's how we're stacking them out of the heats this morning. We have the fastest crews in lanes 1 and 2, and then beyond that's 3, 4, 5. So typically you'll find that as you look at and the drone coverage on that left-hand side of the screen will be lane 1. But you never know what can happen in the afternoon finals, you know. Sometimes you don't have a great heat, and you put it all together in the final and surprise some folks. So looking forward to these next couple races to see the men's 2v8 just getting started now as well.
The men's second varsity 8 is upon us. Eaglets in lane 1, Pioneer in lane 2, Huron in lane 3. But let's take a look at the Eaglets 8. In front of us now, the coxswain John Brown will lead the way. Roman Fox to follow. Mario Mariugi in the 7 seat. Keaton Connolly in the 6 seat. Jamie Stewart in the 5. Roman Kalasho in the 4. Duke Ban in the 3rd seat. Greg Davies in the 2nd. And in the bow is Nick Dombrowski, who's also a legacy kid. His father rode at Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and so did his uncle, Tony, classmates with us.
Yes, that's correct.
And a fellow oarsman. You guys shared a boat.
I believe so. One time in the 4 years here, I think we were in the same boat together.
Yep, and his dad, Nick, I believe was 96.
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Another great oarsman. So
That's
good
right.
tradition continues there. We saw the Hollis already. So the men's second varsity 8. Beautiful shot from our drone operator, Andrew Steele, Orchard Lake St. Mary's alum and oarsman from 2010. The big applause from the sidelines and the shoreline for St. Joe's Academy at Orchard Lake St. Mary's as they head back to the front.
And I just contradicted myself, Chad, because it looks like we have lanes 1 and lanes 4, St. Mary's and St. Ignatius out of Cleveland, really leading the pack here, neck to neck here, coming into the last 500 meters mark with that big orange buoy that we can see here from shore.
Our third race of the day. Weather today as an oarsman, what are
This
your
is
thoughts?
perfect. Yeah, this is perfect. You know, I said mid-50s. You don't want it too hot, not windy, and, you know, being on a big open lake like this, you can be really susceptible to some pretty nasty winds. And so far, knock on wood, things have held up pretty well for us.
Feel free to head to the comment section if you wish on this broadcast on our YouTube channel. We are fielding comments and active in the comment section. Austin Sonnenberg is fielding them. So feel free to join in on the chat. My name is Chad Bush, St. Mary's alum of 94, not a oarsman, but certainly supportive of one. Have been to several regattas. Michael Parker, class of 98 to my left, and Chad Buell, class of 94, Orchard Lake St. Mary's to my right, and the grandson of Jack Laddie LeBlanc, the namesake of this event in its 14th year.
And what an event to be following here right now, that second varsity 8. We have a neck-and-neck race here between lanes 1 and lanes 4 with St. Mary's and St. Ignatius just pounding it here into this last 250 meters here. So really, really exciting time here to see who puts it all on the line here. This is when you start busting out that sprint. This is when you really start driving those legs and giving it all you got in these last 20 strokes here coming into the finish line. You want to have that last stroke be the last amount of energy you have crossing that finish line.
We got, looks like St. Ignatius is still in the lead in lane 4, followed by St. Mary's in lane 1. Trying to put a sprint on, trying to close that distance on St. Ignatius. Looks like they're doing, hitting the catch, pushing off the legs, you know, getting that stroke rate up, trying to close some distance. Looks like it's going to be a close race here at the end.
Making the push. Quarter of a boat lead.
I think they might have just walked on a white. Wow. What a finish. What a finish.
We will have to take a look. And the Eaglets either celebrating or fired up.
I think we're going to have to go the eye in the sky for that one.
Yeah, well, we'll get a second and third look at it from different angles, but it appears the Eaglets have won.
Yeah, that was a great sprint by St. Mary's at the end.
Here's another look at the photo finish. Near side is St. Mary's, and far side. And you tell me.
It's a tough one. We'll have to see what our timing folks say. The angle we have and the angle that camera have make it a little bit of a challenge to call the winner there. But we should know it here momentarily.
We might have to bring in the official scorer, Ann Wright, and get her ruling on this. But for now, we await the final tally. But what an exciting race in the men's second varsity 8 final that was neck and neck with St. Mary's and St. Ignatius.
You got it. That's right. And it was quite a tight race the entire way down. That gives you no room for comfort. You got to really lay it on the line, all 1,500 meters there. So those guys got to be sucking some wind right now and making a recovery.
We'll wait for the final word on that. While we do so, let's introduce the St. Mary's women's second varsity. And it's Giovanna Tangway as the coxswain, Avery Daniels in the 8 seat, Audrey Jenkinson in the 7 seat, Kylie Hinderleiter in the 6, Sophie Sosnowski in the 5, Lauren Shin in the 4, Sydney Smerecki in the 3 seat, Layla Berger in the 2, and Caroline Kronman in the bow.
That was another name I think I recognize.
Another legacy name, Sydney Smerecki. Absolutely. Now, her father, Kenny, played baseball like I did, so I will give him no rowing credit.
Great.
I give all of that to Nicole.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all Nicole, all of her rowing abilities.
I don't think Kenny would have been.
No, Kenny was a bullpen catcher. Let's be honest. He used to drive me to games. He was the man. But
well, I had
Sydney's abilities
I had
from Nicole. Or Mr. S. I mean, Grandpa. Ken Sr. now.
I had a baseball career until I came here, but I had no choice.
Yeah, you had some good seasons in the Pontiac League. We scouted you for a long time, could never pull you. Laddie was not going to let you play baseball.
No, absolutely not. It was football in the fall and rowing in the spring. That's basically what it was.
Yeah. What was it like when he would hear of you training with other sports or doing other things? Would he kind of politely, quietly remind you that rowing needs to be at the forefront, or how would he?
No, he would just say, "Forget about the other sports. You're going to rowing. You're rowing in the spring." So I had that ingrained in my head. You know, even when I was little, he said, "You should quit baseball now. It's not going to be worth it because when you go to St. Mary's, you're going to be rowing anyway." So
he has it in his blood.
Yes, he does.
Well, we got this. Speaking of rowing, we got this last 500 meters of the women's second varsity 8 coming down right now. And we got lane 1, Forest Hills Central, lane 2, St. Joseph Academy, lane 3, Detroit, lane 4, East Grand Rapids, lane 5, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and lane 6, Huron.
Just 6 lanes in this. And another tight one, according to Pat the Stat, who's got eyes out there. Dylan O'Connor also boat side. We'll get to him shortly. But this is the women's second varsity final.
Who's out in the lead? Looks like St. Joe's out in the lead in this one.
Ho hum, another lead for St. Joe's. Power out of Toledo, all-girls school. They won it last in 2017.
Looks like St. Mary's is in second.
Out there in the far lane 5.
Okay.
It looks like next to them, lane 6, Huron. Looks to be pretty tight there. I believe that's East Grand Rapids next to Huron there.
Still waiting for those results on that men's second varsity 8 final.
Yeah, get some intel on that, Abule. We need to get that. That was a photo finish that they just haven't announced.
Not as
Right.
yet.
All right. This one's headed for not a photo finish. It's now complete, Mike Parker. Who's in?
St. Joseph Academy comfortably in first place there, and St. Mary's is crossing the finish line right now. And we got neck and neck here for the third spot, that bronze medal.
All right, the third spot.
Looks to be East Grand Rapids there versus Huron. Huron taking fourth.
River Rats are in on this, well, cloudy day, cool, yet somewhat comfortable. We're in a tent.
That's right.
So we're spoiled a bit. We've got others in a boat and in the air. Thanks for everybody for joining the Laddie Cup 2025. Next up, we will bring you the men's third varsity or novice 8. So the men's varsity novice 8. How would you say that?
So yeah, you can use either or. This is called the novice 8, depending on how many oarsmen you got in your crew. You fill out a 3V or a novice. And this race features 3 St. Ignatius boats. We got St. Ignatius B and A in 1 and 2, St. Mary's in lane 3, and then St. Ignatius C in lane 4, rounded out by St. Edward, St. Mary's B, Cranbrook, and East Grand Rapids.
We are still awaiting the men's second varsity 8 final.
Yeah, I think the novice is the newer generation crew members that have just started out, their first year coming into the sport. We've all been there as a new oarsman, going through the pains of trying to learn how to row, techniques, the fundamentals, maybe catching a crab or two along the way. But what a great sport. I'm so glad that I got involved with it, and it's just a really, really unique sport to have at a high school in the state of Michigan.
Yeah, non-traditional, but ever so impactful.
No, because you got to think a lot of these kids that come to the school, they don't start rowing until they actually get here. There's probably now some more rowing clubs where you can get involved in it early. But some of the, like me, and some of the other guys that came to St. Mary's, Laddie used to just pick them out of the school and tell them you're going to row, be at the boathouse after school, and you just learn how to row from there.
We want to thank our friends at the Xavier Nichols Foundation. They're responsible for their generous donation of putting in lanes. And Mike, explain what that means to the layman like myself in rowing.
Well, in an open body of water like this, you're really susceptible to the wind, the current that can shift as well. And this year we have 4 lane markers connected by an underwater wire that's about 3 to 5 feet deep. So you can cross them if you're a chase boat following these races. But basically it's in every other orientation. So you basically got 2 crews between the first one. So lanes 1 and 2 have one in between them, lanes 3 and 4, etc. So really does a solid job of keeping the boats aligned the entire duration of the course. When a body of water like this is wide open, it's really hard to get a sense of where you're going to finish as a coxswain without these lane markers. And so it really does a great job, bringing these boats down side by side and keeping the races running efficiently.
Looks like we got a start for the varsity novice 8. I think they're off the starting block.
Who's in that race, Chad?
We have St. Ignatius B in lane 1, St. Ignatius A in lane 2, OLSM A in lane 3, St. Ignatius C in lane 4, St. Ed's in 5, and OLSM B in lane 6.
We also got a Cranbrook in lane 7 and an East Grand Rapids in lane 8.
No, they didn't scroll up that one.
There you go.
It was finished. Great pickup on that one.
3 boats from St. Ignatius. How about it?
2 from St. Mary's.
2 from St. Mary's. So we shall see how this shakes out as you get a look at the schedule, as this will extend all the way to 4:05. Subject to change. You get a look down at the real cool shots and the guts of what's happening down there. Evan Westfall doing hard work.
And Chad, typically, in an event like this, you got 3 boats from St. Ignatius, 2 from St. Mary's. the ABC convention is just, basically your first 8 guys are in one. That may or may not be labeled as A. Some crews do it a little bit differently. There could be some strategy behind that potentially, but essentially in among the novice, you'll see multiple boats out there as well. By the time you get to varsity levels, that's where we get the first varsity, second varsity, etc.
It's nice to have that kind of depth, Chad, to be able to have 3 programs, 3 boats per each level.
Yeah, there's seems to be when we were rowing here, we didn't have the numbers that they have now, and it became a more popular sport. A lot of kids out and just fill the boats and see what happens.
Let's take a look at that third varsity boat, and the captain, the coxswain, Brandon Hoffman. Ariel Kenson is the 8 seat, the 7 seat, Christian Abraham. Tristan Oatman is in the 6 hole. 5 is Ian Nakanishi. Kemble Vaughn is the 4th seat. Alex Graysmark, the 3. Alex Caribbean, the 2nd. And we are off and running.
Looks like we got that St. Ignatius A boat in the lead there by a little bit of open water over their own St. Ignatius B boat right now in 1 and 2. And you can kind of see coming in the right-hand side of your screen there, looks like lane 3, St. Mary's A. But from our vantage point, looks like a pretty tight race among 3rd, 4th, and 5th, not too far off as well.
High odds for St. Iggy and the Eaglets to place here as the rally begins down the stretch.
St. Ignatius A really putting in some distance there on their own crew there in the B boat in lane 1. Still looks like our 1 and 2 right now. And then this 3rd place, it's looking pretty tight right now. Yep, and so St. Ignatius C looks to be taking the lead over St. Mary's as well, so it could be this 1st, 2nd, 3rd all St. Ignatius finish here.
Wow.
It is going to be a close
sweep.
one for 3rd.
Yep, we're not giving up here the last 2 strokes.
Trying to break up the party and the trifecta.
Wow.
You heard that beep. That's pretty close.
It was.
Looks like it sounded less than a second distance between that 3rd and 4th position. I think St. Ignatius C got the edge, though.
I think we're going to call it a sweep for now. St. Ignatius B, St. Ignatius A, St. Ignatius C, followed by OLSM A. And we'll straighten the rest out shortly. We'll also wait for that to become official, by the way.
Yes, we're still
We're
like to see
novices.
Still like to see who won that varsity 8.
That 2V.
Yeah, is Pat the stat or Mr. Selby on that?
I think they might be still reviewing that one.
Correct. I think we're reviewing some footage.
We'll try to get footage to help them on the replay of that photo finish. I believe Alex Westfall has that somewhere deep in the bowels of the footage.
We also got our timing tent with a line of sight that's perpendicular to that finish line that's recording as well. So it shouldn't be much longer here.
We had a photo finish.
Yeah. We have to choose between this camera and we were on this camera. So we don't have
Now then.
Looks like we got the women's 3rd varsity novice 8 final that has left the starting blocks.
St. Mary's well represented in this event. So is St. Joe's. They're the St. Ignatius of the last one. They've got 3 boats in this race, an A, a B, and a C. Eaglets with a boat and Pioneer with a boat as well. It should be 5 boats in this race. As we near and pass the top of the hour, that's the Saturday Sirens.
1 p.m.
There
Eastern.
is no tornado. Nate Bush is in the house. All rise for the king. There's the women's 3rd varsity, and Julia Matthias is the coxswain. Lily Hermiz is the 8 seat. Tessa Hames is the 7. Evelyn Ross in the 6 seat. Grace Kozara is in the 5 hole. Abraham is in the 4th. Margaret Goodman is in the 3rd seat. Luciana Sierra Leone is in the 2 seat, and then in the bow is Leah Rowe for the Eaglets women's 3rd varsity. This race is underway, Chad.
Looks like the lane assignments for this one are St. Joe's Academy B in lane 1, Pioneer in lane 2, OLSM in lane 3, St. Joe's Academy A in 4, and St. Joe's Academy C in lane 5.
How about it?
Looks like from looking at the vantage point here, we have a close race in each lane. Very even race right now.
Solid day, no precipitation, able to get the eyes in the sky, as you see right there with our drone coverage. Andrew Steele on drone, somewhere amongst us. Proud oarsman from 2010. We're with Michael Parker and Chad Abule on commentary as we get a look boat side. What do you see, sir?
I think we got St. Mary's out in front. In
lane 3 looks like, yep.
Yeah, it looks like lane 3. Looks like in lane 2 we have on second Pioneer. And then next to them in lane 3.
It's got to be St. Joe's.
Yeah, it looks like between 3 and 4, looks like it might be a close race here for 3rd and 4th place. But St. Mary's out to a comfortable lead in this one.
This boat has looked good all season long. It started at the Huron Sprints, carried over to the Kensington Sprints, and can see this thing coming. The training in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. How about St. Mary's taking 11 events at the Kensington Sprints? Was it a week or 2 ago? I mean, that has really exceeded expectations this year. Chad Abule, thanks for swinging through. I know you've got a busy schedule, officer. Keep the streets safe. Keep the children and Holly. Tell them all I said hello. Glad to see you.
Yeah, it was great to be in here. Got to head to a lax game for the youngest, which will be here at St. Mary's next year.
Trace?
Trace.
All right. You guys have some fun. Thanks so much for celebrating Laddie, being a part of coverage. Always a pleasure to see you, brother.
Hey, thank you.
All right, there he is. Chad Abule, 94, Laddie's grandson, joining us. We'll step aside for just a moment. We're back in 30 seconds. We are the Prep. Coverage of Laddie Cup 2025 continues after this. Your Catholic faith, it's at the core of who you are, what you do, and the decisions you make. At Alliance Catholic Credit Union, we make your faith and finances work together. From home needs to business needs, from school to retirement, we've got the financial well-being of our Catholic community covered. Visit us today and see how your faith and finances can work together. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
What makes people stand in this line like this for 3 hours? Because we're not Dunkin' Donuts or Tim Hortons. These donuts are made fresh daily, and it's made with love and consistency. We got the same ingredients. It didn't change. The people know that, and that's why they standing out there.
Welcome back to Orchard Lake. Laddie Cup 2025 is upon us. Alex Westfall is your executive producer. My name is Chad Bush. We said goodbye to Chad Abule, who's taking all of our donuts. And we are now back with Mike Parker, and we've got coverage that continues. And right now, keep us updated, Mike Parker, on what's going on.
We are looking at the coming up on the 3-minute mark of the men's varsity quad. And with lane 1, we got East Grand Rapids A, lane 2, Forest Hills Central, Lane 3, St. Mary's. Lane 4, Saline. Lane 5, Northview. Lane 6, Detroit. And Lane 7, East Grand Rapids B.
The men's first varsity 4X.
That's an indication of 2 oars each, which we call the quad. It's the sculling action versus the sweeping action. Each oarsman has 1 oar in each hand, 1 separate oar in each hand, essentially. So you're looking at smaller oars than you have the sweep oars here. And these boats do not have a coxswain, so you basically have either the bowman, or the bow, or the stroke controlling the steering with their foot.
Interesting.
Connected to a wire.
Did you ever row that kind of a boat?
No, my focus was the sweeps, so we didn't do much sculling, but the sculling guys are always known for their technique, because you have to feather the oar with both hands, unlike the sweep where you just do one arm. So it's a little bit more ergonomically favorable to be a sculler than it is a sweeper. Leverage is on both hands versus one side with the sweeping oar, but yeah, nonetheless, looks like we got a strong race here coming in a tight field and into the finish line here. Lasts about 300 meters here or so.
The men's varsity X, 4X. East Grand Rapids featuring 2 boats, Forest Hills Central, St. Mary's of Orchard Lake, Saline, Northview from Grand Rapids, Detroit Boat Club. What do we have here?
Looks like lane 6, East Grand Rapids, lane 6, Detroit. Looks to be out in the lead, followed by East Grand Rapids A in lane 1 here. But it's going to be a tight here coming into the finish line here. Again, the angle that the finish has is a little bit different than ours here. So
East Grand Rapids, it looks like.
Pulling ahead.
We'll pull ahead and we'll finish first. They've got 2 boats, Mike. This looks like
that was
boat
the A boat in lane 1, correct?
And then far side.
Detroit.
Is that Detroit that's going to finish in lane 6? They'll finish second.
And we got a crew out there. Looks like Bowman has caught a crab and a little bit stuck in the course in the last 20 strokes or so here.
It happens. Have you caught a crab?
I have not. However,
Wow.
It's much easier as a quad. We did have a capsize earlier and a double this morning. Sometimes these smaller boats with especially the scullers can be more susceptible to that for sure.
So we await the final results, the official final results. But right now, it does appear that East Grand Rapids A boat wins it. Detroit Boat Club finishes second. And is it St. Mary's third?
I'll have to wait for the results
We'll have to wait
here.
for the results. We'll wait for that. Now, Detroit Boat Club being in this event is an interesting story. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, obviously, you've known DBC over the years. Not entirely up on what the scene is there exactly, but obviously, Detroit Boat Club indicative of a collection of rowers from different programs. Essentially, scholastic programs where you have one school represented is kind of what some of these programs have. So it just kind of really depends on the entry.
I guess Laddie had some history there as well at the Detroit Boat Club and had some kind of history. And so they are also a traditional invite back.
Absolutely.
Because of his ties.
That's right.
The Laddie Cup final schedule continues. It'll run all the way to 4:05. We'll have coverage of it. As we just finished the men's varsity 4X. Up next is the women's varsity 2X final.
Also known as the double.
Also known as the double.
The X is indicative of the scullers again. If it had a plus sign, it would be, if it was just a slash, it would be a pair. So hyphen would be indicative of no coxswain and the sweep action.
See, that's why you're here.
I'm losing my voice from yelling this morning on the water, but I'm doing my best.
God bless you. You slept in the dorms last night with a rubber mattress and Robin Goddard breathing down your neck. Parker, get up. Got to go to church.
It was an early 5 a.m. awake, but no big deal.
St. Mary's Prep, Laddie Cup host, 27 state titles for the Eaglets, including the 2024 state championship, most of any St. Mary's program. And, of course, the illustrious St. Mary's athletic program. It's in high regard. Chris Zarnki, they know him as Czar. In his 14th season, he's the program director. Don Wright, in his 11th year, who we'll hear from shortly, is the varsity head coach. Ian Silvera is a notable alum who competed at the U.S. Junior and Senior World Championships in 07 and in 08, and again in 12 through 14. Rode and graduated from Princeton, and he's one of many. We've got another one to my left, and Mike Parker, who rode at Penn.
So I was going to say, we don't hold that against Ian for being a pumpkinhead tiger over there at Princeton, but, you know, a great program nonetheless, and a very, very big powerhouse among the Ivies for many, many years.
You're wearing your proud Penn rowing underneath that.
Well,
St.
close to the heart there, Chad. That's correct, yes.
Understandable. Wow, we are boat side. The boat mic is booming, coming from Samuel Fisher on audio. I like that listen, Sammy. Let's listen in on the lake. It's great sound coming off the water on this crisp, cool spring afternoon. A lot of events going on. Lacrosse is happening behind us at Molesky Field. Baseball is happening behind us as well. The Eaglets against Brother Rice in a fierce Central Division showdown. So all kinds of fun happening, but we're proud to be right here for the Laddie Cup. And we're just getting going here as we get ready for the women's varsity double. And let's meet that double. It's Sienna Smith and Ellie Azzato, who we will hear from shortly in the broadcast. And we had a good time with them yesterday as we discussed and celebrated their outstanding run a season ago, the national championship in the girls junior 4. Sienna headed to Michigan for international affairs. Congratulations to the future Wolverine. And Ellie Azzato also headed to Michigan, where she will study nursing. So high academic, high athletic. And these two ladies, really what St. Mary's women's crew has become.
Absolutely, and look at this field out here. You got a really tight race between lanes 1, 2, and 3. A little distance between 4 and 5, and then lane 6 there, really pushing there as we come into, I would say, roughly the first 500 meters or so, 1 minute and 40 seconds into this race. We got lane 1 with East Grand Rapids A, lane 2 with Saline A, lane 3 with Northview. That's that 1, 2, 3, and I think it looks like that Northview crew is out in the lead right now currently. Behind them is East Grand Rapids B, then Pioneer in lanes 4 and 5, and then lane 6 Notre Dame Academy, who is off to your screen to the right, but I think also up there with that front 3 pack.
Solid conditions today on the water.
I mean, you can't ask for better conditions on this lake for sure. You're a little bit sheltered up there in the starting line corner as well, so that first 750 or so is going to be a little bit easier than that last 750, but it doesn't really matter that much because that last half of the race, that's when you just start to get tunnel vision. You just lay it all on the line. So,
how much of the competition today that we're seeing out here, all 15 teams, were rivals with St. Mary's when you were here in the late 90s?
The programs have definitely evolved over the years, for sure, for the to the positive, and so a lot more programs are, rowing in the state of Michigan today. State championships are a thing today as a result of that. We were kind of more focused on the Midwest results because there weren't any state championships back then. So the sport has grown quite a bit. We have the advantage of having our race course and our practice facility right here on the shores. Other programs, the body of water you have to travel to can be a bus ride away. So it's pretty lucky to have this this lake here and a boathouse right here to just drop the boat in and get to it right after school.
We appreciate all the folks who have checked in. Jody Chapsky, Mystic, Ron Hyde, Joe A., Nappy Nap.
I I believe that NAP is a certain
it could
Neil
be
Allen Parker out
may
of
or may not be your brother.
Northern Georgia. That's correct.
He told me to give you a cough drop. By the way.
I may need one.
I'll tell you something about that air in the dorms. It'll get you. All right, what do we have here in the women's pair, or the women's double wrap?
Double, you got it. We got a really tight race here. Look, with lane 1. And I think that is lanes 3 and 4 still, right? That's.
I think it's Grand Rapids Northview and East Grand Rapids B. You are correct, sir.
Right.
It looks right to me. And it looks close. All 3 boats coming together. Pat the Stat trying to get a closer look at the donut versus the race. Just kidding, Poppy. Keep him on his toes. There's the close look. Dylan O'Connor indeed is with us. And look at that. Best shot of the day from the DOC from Fire Up Chips.
Left over right, thumb on the button. That's the technique with those sculling oars there, and you can see those.
Now, what does that mean?
You know, as you can see, as those ladies finish with the oars closer into the body, you have your left hand over your right hand as a sculler, because the oar handles are coming together there. And with the thumb on the button, that allows you to feather the oar, turn it parallel with the water, and bring it back as you come up the slide in the recovery to get that blade right back in the water for that next stroke.
Gotcha. Appreciate that. Looks like Northview in the lead.
Northview in lane 3 in the lead.
Celine right behind him, Mike.
Really trading off, that second and third position here coming into that last 10 strokes of the race.
East Grand Rapids, the other boat. And down the stretch it comes.
Lane 3 is really moving up there.
The women's varsity double coming to a dazzling finish.
Ooh. Another less than a second finish there between 1 and 2.
Well, we know East Grand Rapids A and Celine A battled it out for the first 2 spots, and it looks like Northview finished 3rd. We'll have to wait for the final tally, but these girls are exhausted after their double finish here today. The men's novice 4 is next.
That's correct, and that plus sign indicates there is a coxswain in that boat, which you always don't have with the 4, but this one actually has a coxswain. Sometimes they sit behind stroke seat in the stern. Sometimes their legs go under the bow and they're sitting in the bow of the boat. Just depends on the shell that you're rowing that day and the configuration of your boat.
He is Mike Parker. Glad to have Mike with us. 1998 St. Mary's oarsman and graduate. Penn University, University of Pennsylvania is his alma mater. And he rowed at Penn, had a great career. And he's here wearing his proud crested victory vest of the Laddie Cup. This is like the official Laddie Cup. You should give this. This is perfectly crafted too. I know Shane Doyle helped create some of this. Was he?
It is technically his blazer, just borrowing it for the day.
Well, that's all right. But no, listen, you guys share this, but it fits you. I mean, this is meant to be yours. Shane should give this thing up. This is yours. A great look at all the strong events, and looks like all the fans. I mean, this is one of the better attended Laddie Cups we've seen.
Yeah, and absolutely. This is a race course where you have a line of sight to the finish line as well. So it's a pretty decent spectating event and race course to be alongside.
Cox and Nick Summer getting a shout out. How about a shout out for Bloomfield Bounce House? We thank them for sponsoring the TV today. Info at BloomfieldBounceHouse.com. Get bouncy like Austin Sonnenberg. He's bouncy before his wedding in a couple weeks. 248-329-3465. Go find them for the best bounce house. They've got it all. This is Stick's company as well. Support our brother Stick. Bloomfield Bounce House. Info at bloomfieldbouncehouse.com. It's a great season to get out and get one of these. We'll step aside, and we've got an interview coming up on the other side of this break. One of the seniors in the varsity 4 is next. His name is Logan Whalen. Back with more after this.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss.
McKinley scores.
One of our seniors we're going to profile today is Logan Whalen, a senior for Orchard Lake St. Mary's, a guy who's been in the varsity 8, the varsity 4, and has been a big part of their success of this senior class. Tell us how you got into this sport. It's not a traditional sport. It's something that you had to learn. Tell us how you learned the sport and fell to grow in love with it.
So as a freshman, I came in doing just football. And then my brother, who has been rowing for 3 years, Connor Whalen, he urged me to row. And I was like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. And that first season, it really kicked off because my first day, my novice 8 with my friends, we won the state championship, and it was really fun. Like, we were all connected, and it was like a very good experience. So I just wanted to continue it.
Outstanding. What's it been like with the brotherhood and now the sisterhood of having a girls' crew, women's crew program as well? Just the complete experience of having a full program. What's that been like for you?
The addition of the girls' team has been very, very good. It's a lot more competitive on each side now. And so for the state championship, there's the men's side, the women's side, and there's the combined points. And if you have both sides, you're like, we're always competitive on each side, but we have a lot more chances of just keep rising our points. And with the women's side, it's been very nice. I've grown to like be friends with like all of them. They're all super nice, and it's just been a great experience overall.
You're off to Michigan State and going to major in finance. Talk about your future and what Orchard Lake St. Mary's has paved the way for you to be a Spartan and have all kinds of success.
Orchard Lake St. Mary's has taught me a lot of things about studying and knowing what you need to know for like a lot of classes. And when I took my business class last year, my junior year, I learned that this is probably something I would want to do. So I figured out which one I would want to do. I picked finance, and I feel like it's going to be a great choice. And I think I'm going to have a great time at Michigan State.
All right, man. It's been great getting to know you. It's Logan Whalen, the senior. Look for him in the Laddie Cup later today. Back with more after this. We're here with Roman Fox, a senior oarsman for Orchard Lake St. Mary's. He's committed to Texas and headed to Austin after this is done. What a career it's been for you as an oarsman. Take us through your journey of rowing, what it's meant to you, what it's been like to row for Coach Czar.
Well, my freshman year, I wasn't really sure what sport I was going to do, but my dad was kind of like, oh, crew's like, it's very interesting. It's a very unique sport. It'll teach you discipline, hard work, and everything. And that's one of the main things I've taken out of it is the discipline that I've built through this sport. And that, like, because you have to constantly showing up to training, and you've got people relying on you to be there. And if you're not there, you're not showing up, you're not putting in the work, your boat is not going to be ready. Your boat's not going to be connected. Your boat's not going to have fun at all these events, and you're not going to win. Yeah. And honestly, my favorite part of it is seeing all this work, and just like this year, it has been like the last 2 regattas, we've seen all the work that we put in because we're up by like lengths on these other boats, and it's really cool to see all this work just actually being seen.
Yeah. What do you take from the history of this sport, the history of this school, What does it mean to you? Is it something you reflect back on and look at and know what you're up against and know what's with you and behind you when you're competing for Orchard Lake St. Mary's?
We've had a lot of state championships, and it's just good to know that we can continue getting all these state championships and continue to perform well as the years go on.
What's a bonding moment you've had with your brothers in rowing over the years that stands out? Maybe something a little more than the rest.
So last year at Laddie Cup, we had our quad race, and that was not the best race at all. And this year we have really rebuilt that quad to become a way better boat, and we just medaled at our last regatta. And that was the first time in the spring that the quad has ever medaled on the boys' side in the spring.
That's the perseverance you're looking for. Mr. Fox, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much. Good luck today, and congratulations on a great student-athlete career at Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
Thank you.
All right. More to come from the Laddie Cup right after this.
Welcome back to the Laddie Cup 2025. Chad Bush alongside Mike Parker. And we have the men's novice with coxswain, the 4.
Novice 4 with, that's correct, Chad.
Novice core. See, I'll get it at some point, maybe before the end. But what can we expect in this one, Mike?
Well, unlike the quads, these 4 widths have 1 oar each, sweeping motions here, and we have novice 4, so novice indicative of first-time rowers, which anything can happen in these races, and you can kind of see lanes 1 and 2, both St. Ignatius boats B and A respectively. Lanes 3, Huron, lane 4, St. Mary's. And so right now it's looking like that lane 2 is out in front, followed by St. Mary's in lane 4. So that Ignatius A boat out in the lead by, I'd say, about a half a boat or so, as the crews are coming up here on roughly the halfway mark at the 750 meter mark.
We also see Shaker Heights High School in the house in this race for the first time today.
In lane 5, that's correct, Shaker Heights there.
Another Ohio school. 15 teams all participating. Good balance of Michigan, Ohio, Southeast Michigan, and Grand Rapids, all balanced in.
And we're witnessing some things you can also see within the novice crews. A little bit of a steering challenge there out the leader out there, kind of from this orientation. You can kind of see some corrections being made there. But the 4 with the coxswain, unlike those quads we had the last race, you have the advantage of your coach in the boat as well as the person steering you with the rudder. So
he better watch his back. He might get thrown in. Things go well.
That's correct.
How much joy did you get throwing the coxswain in?
This body of water, no problem. We rode on some rivers where that was a little bit questionable. One of the open wounds going into those waters of the Schuylkill out there in Philadelphia.
There you see the men's novice 4 with coxswain.
That's correct. The graphic says quad, but that's actually 4 with right now.
Because that's my last name.
And we will punish our graphic designer. Promise.
But the Ignatius fellows put some distance there on making a move here, coming into the last 500 meters. A little bit of open water there on lane 4 with St. Mary's.
Beautiful Apple Island across the way. As Dylan O'Connor gets us a nice shot inside the boat. St. Iggy.
Still looks to be St. Ignatius A in lane 2 out in the lead, followed by lane 4 with St. Mary's. And a tight race among that third place spot. with Ignatius B and Huron, lanes 1 and 3 respectively. It's gonna be a pretty tight race there for that bronze medal.
Mastrianani, Janzek, Zawatsky, Del Pizzo, Howcroft, all a part of the Orchard Lake men's novice 4 with Coxon. But this one looks to have its winner, Mike.
That's correct. We had first and second place, and then here we coming into third, down to the wire between lanes 2 and 4.
That's St. Iggy A and Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
Apologies, that was Huron and B, St. Ignatius B there, my bad.
That's all right. You had a late night with Goddard. It's all forgivable. We've all been there, which means you ate a lot of conies. And
Negative.
And you talked about a lot of stats.
That happened for sure, yes. Had a delicious pasta meal at Kigo's finest Italian fare at Guma there. Great spot there by Orchard Lake alumnus over there.
Sure. Guma. Another great Italian place down the street is Santia's.
Correct.
Good friends.
Yes, a lot of great eating spots there in Greater Sylvan and Kigo for sure.
You bet. Pat the Stat, a local native, nodding his head pretty firmly when you said Santia's. So this one is over. This is the men's novice 4 with Coxon. It's completed, and our winner, Mike, is?
It should have been that St. Ignatius A boat followed by St. Mary's.
All right. There you got it, 1 and 2. Next up is the women's novice 4 with Coxon, and that race is off.
Event number 39, 1:39 p.m. start. Getting it off a little bit early, which, you know, the 1:32 start looks like women's novice quad here coming. Lane 1, Forest Hills Central. Lane 2, St. Mary's. Lane 3, Detroit Boat Club. And lane 4, Shaker Heights.
All right. Just 4 boats in this race. Forest Hills Central. We'll hear from a Forest Hills Central grad shortly. We'll be on the broadcast. There are the Eaglets, the women's novice 4.
And this quad has that plus sign indicative of a coxswain present here as well, Chad. So these quads have a coxswain. And from the overhead view, we got one of them that is sitting behind stroke seat in the stern of the boat, and then the leader of the pack has the coxswain sitting in the front of the bow.
Do you miss rowing? Do you miss actually getting in a boat and rowing?
My back doesn't miss it. It's a little bit ergonomically challenged at this stage, but you know, I love the competition. You know, getting back out here and seeing these competitors get out there on the water. Yeah, absolutely. Then this time of year, you know, spring is associated with rowing, seasonally speaking. So yeah, love being out here.
It's not like you can exactly, you know, go in your driveway and start, you know, shooting up a couple strokes of rowing.
Correct, right? And you can do the
The
stationary,
right,
correct. The
especially here in Columbus. I mean, you know, there's some land challenges down there.
That's very true. Yeah, you can sit in those stationary ergometers, but you don't go anywhere. It's sort of like being on a treadmill for, you know,
yeah, it doesn't
half
count.
hour.
Only for training that counts.
That's fair.
All right, so we've got an update on what's happening out there as we get a shot near side. Dylan O'Connor is riding rapid along with the crew. Fortunate enough to get the nod from Coach Czar and get access to these great boats. I know you have access. You worked this event earlier. You've worked it several years in a row. And you've got a great crew, and there's hardworking folks behind the scenes that deserve some love.
Well, you know, every year you try to improve. We get better. Like you said earlier, the lane markers are a huge upgrade this year. You know, your guys' drone coverage, this broadcast is awesome. It brings us to a much wider audience around the globe. So that's all you can do is look to improve year after year. Here we are 15 years later, and I think it's quite an amazing event.
It all started in 2010 when St. Mary's took first in the men's side of things. Rockford took first in the women's side of things in that opening 2010 event. The scoring system has changed. Things started with the barn system, and I don't know all these rules, but basically you get more points now for the varsity boats than you do for the second varsity or junior boats, and then you would even from the novice boats. So 60% of the points from the barn system for a freshman novice third varsity, 80% from the barn system for a second varsity, and then 100% for varsity events. Down the stretch we come, Mike Parker.
We got the women's quad with here. It looks like lane 2, St. Mary's in the lead, followed by lane 1, Forest Hill Central. Third place looks to be Detroit Boat Club with Shaker Heights in fourth currently, as we were coming up here the last couple strokes into the finish line for the Lady Eaglets.
How about it? The Eaglets win it, walking away.
Forest Hill Central here crossing the finish line right after them.
And the Rangers romp in.
See that, Austin? I see that front leg shaking over here.
Exhaustion in that boat. And also
celebration.
An exclamation on a great season. But it's not over, Mike. This is all just training, really, for the Midwest, right?
You got the Midwest. You have, St. Mary's attends St. Catherine's Canadian Schoolboys Regatta up there in Ontario. It's definitely a highlight for those guys. And then if you're lucky enough and do well enough, progress to, the national championship that is held in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
The women's
quad with
a coxswain. The novice. And the Eaglets win it. There you see the boat. Julia Mathias, Lily Hermes, Evelyn Ross, Grace Kazara, and Abraham. All right, next up, we've got the men's junior 4 with
B. This is the B final. So this event 39 will be followed by event 40, which will be the A final. Excuse me, the A final. So the B final, Chad, what you typically have is you have 8 boats. This will be the second tier of eights out of the heats. And you see we have lane 1 with Cranbrook, lane 2 Pioneer, lane 3 St. Mary's C, lane 4 Northview, lane 5 St. Ignatius B, lane 6 Huron B, lane 7 East Grand Rapids, and lane 8 Saline B. So this is our B final of the men's junior 4 with coxswain.
We're going to step aside. We'll come back in just a moment, and we'll give you the finish of the men's junior 4 with coxswain in the B final right after this. and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
More wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut. The store is set up. He's got the order. And he's off. It's a full court press. These brands are knocking it out of the park. This, my friends, is the speed we've come to expect from this team. Just look at the precision of that move. And it's out of here. The Laddie Cup 2025. We're here with head varsity coach Don Wright, also a 2010 grad of Orchard Lake St. Mary's and former oarsman, but you do a lot for this school as the head coach of the varsity, and you've been through a lot in preparing for this event, as you've done now for, what, the 10th straight year?
We took a couple years off for COVID, but it's been since 2010 to now.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, this is something you're intimate with, and you've done a great job with it. I want to tell you that. Very well organized. Tell us what Laddie Cup means to you, Don.
I mean, to me, it's the beauty of being at a school like St. Mary's, right, is all the history that's around us, and even the rowing program starting in 1976. And the Laddie Cup's an opportunity for us to really embrace our tradition, embrace our history, be part of the community, and then show our alumni, right? Like, this is now my 11th year coaching at St. Mary's. If you include the time I rowed, I've been around the program for 20 years now, and that's still only a fraction of the time it's been around, right? And so this is an opportunity across generations, right? We have guys going as far back as the 80s here volunteering, through the 90s, 2000s, and now more and more guys and gals who have rowed for me over the last 10 years coming out and helping out, and it's just a great opportunity to get to showcase what we're all about, both the lake, the school, the program, all of it.
When you hear stories of Jack Leblanc, what are the things that stand out, and what are your experiences with Laddie?
The biggest thing that stands out to me is toughness. You know, mental toughness, physical toughness. You know, I got to be coached by him a few times in my career early on. I was very fortunate. You know, he's still around, still active, and he was just a very tough man. He wanted us to be tough, but also he's just very passionate, right? Like, he was very big on, yes, we want to be tough, but also, like, we should be enjoying what we're doing out here, right? And ultimately, that's something we try to carry with us. Like, rowing is a very hard, physically demanding sport, but on top of that, like, if you can't find things that you enjoy, find things you'd be passionate about, right? And I think more and more these days, it feels like there's less things that people truly get to feel passionate about, and this is something where for the kids, for the coaches, for the community, people get to really be passionate. That's something that Laddie always, anybody who got to meet him, right, like, it's that passion stood out immediately, right? And then the one-arm push-ups, all the other stories you hear, right, just a real tough son of a gun out there.
No doubt. Well, you're a good example of all that passion that's been passed on you and your family. Let's touch on this year's team. Let's touch about what we have at Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and it appears with the results from the Huron Sprints and the Kensington, this program's got something, and they're looking to repeat the Laddie Cup championship from a year ago.
Yeah, it's you know, it's been a build for over the last few years, and this year we definitely have probably our deepest team we've had in a long time. You know, the peak speed, we'll find out this afternoon, right? You get teams like St. Ignatius, St. Ed's coming out from Cleveland. Those are some of the fastest teams both in the Midwest and the country, and find out what we're all about. St. Joe's Academy on the women's side, but you know, just a very hard-working group, very dedicated group. The senior leadership this year has been just phenomenal. You know, we didn't make a big thing out of naming captains this year because I just told them so many people here are being leaders, are doing the things that leaders do day in, day out. And so why bother naming one or two people to be captain, or even 3 or 4, when I can have 8 people that are all doing the right thing, leading by example, bringing the younger guys and gals along with them. Like, it's just been it's been a very fun year, right, as a coach. Like, some years can be a bit of a slog, you know, it's just tough, it's hard to get things going. Then other years it's just every day you're here, it's good times, people are working hard but also having fun, staying loose, getting work done. Like, it's a joy to be part of this year.
He does it all. Don Wright, head varsity coach, and I can tell you a lot of hours this week he and his family have logged. Thanks for doing what you do.
Awesome.
We
Thanks,
really
Jeff, for coming out.
You bet.
Awesome.
All right, that's Don Wright. More coming from the Laddie Cup right after this. Welcome back to Orchard Lake. Just in front of the campus of Orchard Lake St. Mary's, we're on the shoreline. We are the Prep. Proud to give you coverage of the 2025 Laddie Cup in his 15th season in celebration of Jack Laddie Leblanc. And Orchard Lake St. Mary's the host school, and they are in this race called the Men's Junior 4 with Coxon. It's the final B, or B final rather. There's so many things to devote the vernacular.
Lots of terminology, Chad. That's right. So this is your second tier of 8s coming out of the men's junior 4 out of the heats this morning. And right now we have lanes 1 and 2 neck and neck with Cranbrook and Pioneer. You can see that followed by lane 3, St. Mary's C, lane 4, Northview, lane 5, St. Ignatius B, lane 6, Huron B, and lane 7 and 8, East Grand Rapids and Saline B, respectively. Really tight race between those first 2 crews, and then we have another bunch among looks like to be 4, 5, and 6 there.
Yep, that's right. So we've got boats from all over the place. All Michigan boats in this race. No Ohio boats allowed in this one, apparently. Oh, St. Ignatius is there. My bad. Okay. Had to keep it fair. Next up is the men's junior 4, final A, 4 width.
That's
there you
correct,
take a look
yep.
at the men's junior 4 width. Sorry, Mike. Get excited when I see graphics. Get even more excited when I can read them. Cooper Hollis is the coxswain. Tristan Oatman, along with Ian Nakaniyashi, Alexander Caribbean, and Thomas DeCina. That's the men's junior 4 with coxswain. Of course, Hollis, the seasoned coxswain, the veteran, who also leads that varsity 8, the boat that led off this event in the finals. By the way, we did get a final and an update, did we not,
on that photo finish of that men's second varsity 8? That is correct. If you give me a moment to scroll back up to that.
Take your time. Take your time. Nice overhead look.
That's
What's
right.
headed for us.
So the viewers in that 12:36 p.m. event number 30, men's second varsity 8. We had a first place finish out of Orchard Lake St. Mary's with a time of 4:54.683. Close second photo finish with St. Ignatius, 4:55.065. So you're looking at less than half a second distance between 1 and 2 there for the men's second varsity 8 final.
A classic. Put an asterisk next to that one. This race starting to tighten up a bit. Looks like Cranbrook.
And lane 1, correct, of this B final, correct.
Cranbrook races out of their club, which is across the lake, by Coach Eric Van Houten.
Kevin,
pardon me. Thank you, sir.
AKA KVH.
Yeah, KVH, if you're in the know with him. He's a good one. He was here when you and I both were here.
That's correct. He was our coach our senior year in 1998 as well.
He's proud of this boat now. They're the champions of the men's junior 4 width in the B final. Stand-up cranes. You're the top boat.
Followed by Pioneer there.
Aim higher. And they've won. To follow in the second finish is who, Mike? I give you only the tough assignments because you can handle them. Usually. Pat the Stat, this is your area.
Lane 2, we're
Lane
calling Pat?
2, okay. Help a brother out. Pioneer finishes second to Cranbrook in lane 2.
And then number 6 is what Pat the Stat's calling with, which should be Huron B.
All right, thank you. Pat the Stat shaking the cobwebs out from last night in Kego, apparently. Just kidding.
And we got our A final coming down here, Chad, with the men's junior 4 with A final with another 8-boat race.
Who's in that one?
This is going to be your top 8 crews from their respective heats this morning. We have lane 1 with Orchard Lake St. Mary's A, lane 2 St. Edward A, lane 3 St. Edward B, lane 4 Huron A, and then lane 5 is St. Mary's B, lane 6 Saline A, lane 7 Forest Hill Central, and lane 8 St. Ignatius A.
There you see Dylan O'Connor, our cameraman and the front man, and he's gotten real intimate with Orchard Lake today. The DOC Fire Up Chips. Thank you, Dylan, for taking that assignment on. Who's he out there with? Who's riding that boat? Do we know?
I'm uncertain who the pilot of that craft is, but
That's all right. That's all right. We're going to give your throat a rest. You've got 6 more minutes. We're going to try to get you to the finish line. Look at all the great gear available. Ah, yes.
Come down here to Old Orchard, the shores of Old Orchard, pick up some swag.
Yeah, there's some burgers grilling somewhere down there. Rowing Row. There they are. How about that? Extra cheese, please.
I think that's your order, right, Chad, right there?
It is. A little wiggle I did ask for at the end. Get a little bit of that grease off, not all of it. Oh, put that on a nice toasted bun, please. I'll take it even grilled a little bit. Oh, it all tastes just right as we are upon the men's junior 4 with.
Right now, it looks like that lane 1, possibly lane 4 is your 1 and 2. So we got St. Mary's A with Huron A.
That's right. Here we go. 2 boats for St. Ed's, 2 boats for St. Mary's. And a tight one here. Looks like OLSM A is in the lead.
Potentially followed by lane 2 there, St. Edward's A.
There it is, the men's junior 4, number 1.
That's St. Mary's across the line first for the men's A final, followed by St. Edward's A in lane 2. And then lane 6 in 3rd place there, which is Saline A.
Chloe Filiatros, the coxswain, Fox in a seat, Mariogi, Dombrowski, and Davies for the Eaglets who win it. 2 Filiatros in the program. This is Chloe. And she leads that boat, and she captains a few of them. And this has been quite the crew. There you see it, Alexander Fox, Mario Mariogi, Nicholas Dombrowski, another legacy kid. Of course, Nick Dombrowski, his father.
Class of 96.
And Tony Dombrowski, 94, his uncle. And what a solid boat that is. And they are champions and finished first. As we flip to the women's junior 4 final.
Correct. Just one final in this event. We got 8 boats across.
St. Mary's in lane 1.
St. Ursula Academy in lane 2.
They're out of Toledo, yes?
Correct. I believe that's correct, yes. Forest Hill Central, lane 3. Pioneer A, lane 4. Northview A, lane 5. Huron in lane 6. St. Joseph Academy in lane 7. And then Shaker Heights in lane 8.
That's Czar, Chris Zarnki, 14 years as the program director at Orchard Lake St. Mary's. He's an Adams grad. 1994. What a year to be alive and graduate in. College alma mater, Grand Valley. Took you a minute. 2000 grad of Grand Valley in the Lakers. And he is English department chair and a teacher at St. Mary's. Unbelievable vocabulary. When I heard that, like, okay, yeah, I understand that. He's an avid gardener. Something few folks know about Czar. And he's a great leader of this program, and he's done a fine job following in the footsteps of some of the best, including Jack Laddie Leblanc.
Big shoes to fill for sure, but Coach Czar has done a fantastic job, and evidenced by everyone's shown out here today.
Yes, sir. The LeBlancs are in the house. Great to see them, all of them. We got Earl here too. Good to see him, and the big man Donnie. They're on deck. They're in the green room over there doing who knows what. Good to see them. Chad Bush and Mike Parker as we get to the top of the hour. Glad you're with us for our second hour of full coverage. 2 more hours to go. It's halftime, if you will, but no time to rest, Mike. We've got a big event ahead of us here.
That's right. We got our women's junior 4 with final coming down the line here. Kicking off here at event number 41.
No. That's not footage.
So, there you see it. It's a great event. Final schedule as we're now beyond this screen. The next is where we reside. How about that? We're right in the middle. And Mike, it's flying by fast because we're having some fun.
Oh, it always does out here for sure.
Last boat race is at 4:05. That might get extended out a bit. Donnie LeBlanc and James LeBlanc will join us next. Eventually, we'll have we are the Prep. Follow us on social media. We're on 5 social medias. If you could subscribe to our YouTube channel, that would be awesome. That's what you're watching this on now. We're also on the Gram. We're on Facebook. We're on X. We're on TikTok. This is our primetime matchup today. It's a regatta. You can also be a part of our team. We're looking for sponsors to support these great student athletes and young women, young men. And if you'd like one of your regattas or your games broadcasted, we're for hire. info@theprepsports.com. Proud providers of the Laddie Cup 2025. Glad you're with us. He's Mike Parker. My name is Chad Bush. Alex Westfall is your executive producer. Yeah, and this is what regatta fans do. They hang out with blankets and chairs and they just kind of watch and wait, and there's a lot of love in those fans that got here early. They've been freezing cold, but their hearts are warm now.
That's fair. It's a little bit tougher when your body's not actively moving out there in a boat on the water. You got to stay a little bit warmer. It's not too hot, mid-50s today. It's kind of ideal conditions as an athlete to be out there, but as a spectator, you got to bundle up a little bit.
This is the Women's Junior 4 final. And it's going on right now. Want to thank our friends at Mike Moore's for their patronage support once again this year. We really do appreciate Tim Smith and the folks at Mike Moore's. It's the largest Michigan-based personal injury law firm in the Midwest. And they represent clients throughout the state of Michigan and Northwest Ohio who have suffered from injuries from trucking and motor vehicle accidents, slip and fall, dog bites. The firm also partners with other esteemed law firms throughout the state of Michigan and in the Midwest, specializing in other areas of law so that they can help even more people. The Mike Morris Law Firm is a proud sponsor of Laddie Cup and encourages all the rowers to row for the win. Well, you can rest once in a while after you're done. You got to take a short break. But you got to time it up properly with when your next race is sometimes, and I can imagine that's quite the balance, Mike.
Yeah, as an athlete, sometimes you're positioned in more than one boat, and so what we have after this race is a little bit of a buffer for those coming off this race of the women's Junior 4. They're able to. It's called hot seating. So there's some hot seat buffers that allow for athletes to swap into out of boats really quickly. And so this Junior 4 width here is getting off the line here.
So the boats are off and running, says Sam Fisher. And so there we have it.
Yep, looks to be like lane 1 with Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the slight lead over lane 4. Pioneer A currently.
There they are. Brandon Hedgedus, the coxswain, the veteran. Sydney Labutt, along with Nika Ladinowski, Evelyn Ross, and Ava Gallegos for the women's Junior 4.
Thanks to the shot from Andrew Steele there in the drone, you can see lane 1 Slate about a half boat lead above lane 2, who's neck and neck with lane 4. But lane 3 is hanging in there right as well with Forest Hills Central. So it's a really tight race here coming into the 750-meter mark or so.
Beautiful day for racing. You don't need sunshine, right? You don't need heat, humidity. You just need a nice, cool, calm water.
Yeah, absolutely.
That you might get
Makes
tossed
a big
into
difference.
if you win it all.
That's fair. That's very possible.
Now, the night before the regatta, how important is it? And
Carbo
what would
load,
Laddie
baby.
tell you? I mean, would Laddie, I know old school nutrition, but what were Laddie's words?
I mean, the focus is on getting a decent night's sleep, and the accommodations here, we had some crews staying over in the old gym on sleeping bags, some crews in Dombrowski Fieldhouse. So, people were spread out across campus as well. You do the best you can sleeping in those accommodations, basically, but get a good night's sleep. Typically load up with some pasta the night before, get some good carbs and some good protein, and wake up ready to row in the morning. So
yeah. Is that what you had this morning or last night with Goddard?
It
wasn't Coney's, was it?
No Coney's for me last night, nope.
Any other alums you came up with?
I picked
shout
up,
out?
absolutely. We got Mike Flipiak, class of 98, running the starting line with his commands out there. We got some folks out on the launches following these races down, keeping them aligned, like I said, all from the 1980s to the 2022s, 23s.
We have a correction to make. Sadie Ross, the very talented rower, is in that boat. And she mistakenly was not in the first entry, so we apologize. Sadie Ross, the national champion from a year ago, and a Canadian national as well, who rows in the bow.
Which you can see
Big
that
part of that boat.
Absolutely. And you see lane 1 there, quite a distance from the field there, but 2, 4 is really neck and neck with 3, and looks like lane 6 there coming in the wire in the last 500 meters here.
That's Huron in lane 6. The Eaglets in lane 1. We have not heard a ton from St. Joe's as of late, but it could be coming right here. The power out of Cleveland. Girls only school. Notre Dame Academy also girls only. And of course the Eaglets now co-divisional. Once, long time, 185 years of boys only. But no longer. And it has worked out magnificently here in Orchard Lake. And it's helped them lead to a 2024 Laddie Cup championship. Looking to repeat it here today.
Coming into the last 250 meters here, Chad. See these Orchard Lake St. Mary's ladies out in lane 1 on the lead with a comfortable margin. A couple lengths open over the field, but we got a really tight crew here for the second and third position.
The ladies will stroll in with a long lead.
Two, three in lane 6, and 8, and 4.
Hedgedus, the Coxon, Labutt, Ladazinski, Ross, Gallegos. And the party's begun in Orchard Lake. Here's this finish, Mike. It's tight.
Looks like lane 3 and 6, Pat. 3 and 2 are close. I don't know about that yellow shell out there. It was pretty close as well, I think, which was lane 6. And Huron as well. We'll have to see what that result was.
So Forest Hill Central and St. Ursula Academy battling it out for those final 2 spots. We'll await Ann Wright and the official scoring team. Next up is the hot seat buffer. What is that, Mike?
When you got crews coming off the water, crews launching, sometimes the same athlete needs to get into the next boat. And so you have an allowance for a crew like the women's four to quickly get into the next boat. You hot seat into the next boat. So the crew potentially can launch the boat, and you hop out of one and hop right into another.
Sounds like a chance to take a break.
That's what I was saying.
We'll step aside for a little hot seat buffer. And we will also welcome in the LeBlancs when we come back here shortly. Thanks for watching. We're the Prep Laddie Cup 2025. Thanks for tuning in.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
Your Catholic faith, it's at the core of who you are, what you do, and the decisions you make. At Alliance Catholic Credit Union, we make your faith and finances work together. From home needs to business needs, from school to retirement, we've got the financial well-being of our Catholic community covered. Visit us today and see how your faith and finances can work together. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss.
McGinley scores.
James Leblanc. Go ahead, have a seat. Have a seat. You want it on this side? No. No, bro. Welcome back to the Laddie Cup 2025, as we've got a new team of commentators and their special guests and great people and family friends. It's the LeBlancs, James Leblanc and Don Leblanc. Don is the son of Jack Laddie Leblanc, and James the grandson. And James is back for another year. You accepted the invite. We brought the limo to your house, and you made it. And you brought your dad, too. We're glad he could make it this year. Let's start first with you, sir. Don, I know this event is important to you, celebrating your father, his legacy in rowing at Orchard Lake, and his great life and impact on young men.
You betcha. Yeah, we had a lot of fun, he and I. When he first started, we both, there was 2 of us, and I think there was 125 boys in the school. So when someone didn't show up for practice, we knew where they were. So you just go, I'm sick. Nope, you're not sick. Get down here.
We're going to find you.
And we found him all right.
You sure did.
Carry him out by the ears. I remember being down here in the morning, and it was the same old thing. Where's he at? He's still in bed. I'll be right back. My dad would sprint over there. Pip, Laddie would be sitting just waiting, arms crossed, pacing back and forth, yelling at the kids, "You're not supposed to sleep in. You got to be down here." And then he'd show up. He'd have him by the ear. Words would be exchanged. Go run the lap down to the gate and back and get your hands on the boat. Boat's on the water.
Get your hands on the boat. This is the men's novice 4. And so this is the start. We just saw the finish of the women's junior 4 and an event in which Orchard Lake St. Mary's won. But this event here will include East Grand Rapids, Forest Hill Central, James Leblanc, of course, a fellow alum, and Detroit Boat Club, near and dear to Laddie's heart, and Orchard Lake St. Mary's as well. So those are the 4 boats included in this event. What are your earliest rowing memories of you with your father?
Oh, gosh. Getting new equipment, conning people into giving us money so we can get some new boats. And first
conning.
one, yeah.
I love it. You said conning.
Yeah. First 2 boats we got, we're sitting in saddles. The wind came up and rolled them over and broke the first boat before it hit the water.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it was a 4. So that was some good things.
Oh, boy.
Then, meeting with Bruno, coaching Bruno and
sure
people like that.
Yeah.
Fun time.
And you were able to take the show on the road to Grand Rapids and of course, with your sons.
Sure.
Take the tradition to the left side of the state and introduce it. What was that like?
I think it's called the right side of the state, if you talk to them. But great people. Like here, I could never start. I started both Forest Hill Central. I'd coach them at 5 o'clock. When they got done, I'd start at Forest Hills Northern.
Wow.
After that, but you couldn't do it without the parents, just like all the parents that are here. They don't realize how important they are to all these programs.
It's outstanding. So you did both schools. You
helped out these Grand Rapids. And
wow.
A bunch of them.
And you, of course, saw the fruits of the labor of your dad starting the program and then building it and being a part of it eventually at Forest Hill Central.
Yeah, it was touch and go at first. We moved suddenly. My brother and I both, Kevin, who's here too, we grew up playing baseball, and so that was always it. And before we moved to Grand Rapids, we both thought, we'll go to St. Mary's like everybody else. We'll be on the rowing team, be coached by Pip, and maybe my dad will throw his hat back in the ring. And then we moved. We moved to Grand Rapids and still played baseball. And then once high school started, I said, "Dad, I got some pals." I did make friends, contrary to what he said would probably happen. I did have some friends. He said, "Okay, if you can get 8 guys together," which he was betting against me, "if we can get 8 guys together, we'll start a rowing team." So I fell 1 guy short. We had 7. And he's like, "Just try out for baseball, do that thing, and we'll figure it out." So tried out for baseball, made the team. And the day it cuts, he's standing in the back. And so made the team. "All right, Dad, I made the team." I just stared at him, big ears and everything. And he goes, "All right, let's start a rowing team." So I went back into the room. I told Coach, "Hey, Coach, I appreciate everything, but I'm gonna row instead." He and the other coach look at me and go, "What the hell is rowing? What is that?" I know, I appreciate it, but the other guys that didn't make it, pick one of them, and the rest is history. Now the program is so massive over there. There's so many kids, and there have been from real early on. Like St. Mary's has done so well here, adding the women to the program. Yeah. Was it year 2 or 3, Dad, that you added women's rowing to Forest Hill Central, and it just exploded?
3.
Yeah.
So I coached the girls after the boys, and then do the other schools.
And they saw success before the men did. And it's just now both sides are just crushing and competing on the local and state and Midwest and national scene as well. So it's just neat to see how the sport's grown in the state of Michigan. We were talking about on the way here, Michigan across the U.S. represents really well with rowing programs across the state. So it's neat.
It was pretty fun. I was in sales, so it's pretty easy. I could run my sales territory. I covered Southwest Michigan, and I get up early, do the route, come back, and wait at the boathouse for kids to show up. And went from there. I remember we were going to go to East Grand Rapids and start a club or Catholic Central, and they say, this is a hockey school. I said, well, okay, my kids aren't going to Catholic Central. So we went to Forest Hills, and just so happened that people started coming there just because they rode in Philadelphia and went to Forest Hills Central because they had a rowing team. And that surprised the athletic department, and they started recognizing us. Now they got some really great coaches there at Forest Hills. Pete, Ross, and the rest of his kids that we coached, our assistant coaches. Amazing program now.
Yeah,
Pete does a great job. Yep.
Well, it all started with the foundation, which you built.
It was easy when you got the right parents helping you out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, take some guts to start it and a leap of faith. These Ducks have a leap of faith before our very eyes. Look at, they're having some fun.
Oh, yeah.
This is the 2025 Laddie Cup. We're with James and Don Leblanc, the father and grandson of Jack LeBlanc.
Yeah, this come a long ways. We used to start in the springtime. We'd have to break the ice off to get the kids in the water because they walked into the water. And I think we only had 2 coaches launches back then.
Wow.
And the water, it was always a perfect facility, perfect area to row off of. And that's why it sprung. Plus, my dad worked his butt off and retired early so he could coach.
And that's something.
When we were kids, we used to watch him row out of E-Course Boat Club downriver.
Sure.
And there was a thing when, as a kid growing up, you went to watch these kids row and guys row, and you walked into the boathouse, and unlike now, the boats were finished off with a varnish, and nothing smelled better than beautiful varnish off a boat, walking into a boathouse. And then coupled with the oars hanging there, and on the oars to keep them so they move in the collar, they put grease and lard on the leather to keep it, pliable so it would feather nice, and you'd smell grease in the air.
Wow.
Along with the Detroit steel mills.
I can imagine those smells.
Yeah.
And almost imagine the memories that it brings back for you.
Oh yeah.
With you and your dad, and being a part of that special bond and memory.
Yeah.
And also the memories with your sons.
My boys really worked hard at it too.
Yeah, your sons as well, and that's a really cool tradition to be able to pass that on.
Yeah, and then they coached here. Both Kevin was a mentor with kids here in the dorms, and James coached here too. So it's been all the way through. Worked real well.
Full circle, very cool. We are awaiting the men's novice 4. It will begin in 5 minutes, according to Pat the Stat. We're about 7 minutes off of pace. That's okay. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back. And we've got more from the Laddie Cup 2025 from beautiful Orchard Lake. We're with the LeBlancs. We're with the Dons. Back with more after this. Chad Bush with you shoreside in Orchard Lake with James and Don LeBlanc. Kevin standing by. We'll get the LeBlanc trifecta here shortly. The boys are enjoying Dutch Girl donuts from Detroit, freshly baked this morning, enjoying them. They don't have those in Grand Rapids. They don't have a Dutch Girl in GR, do they?
No, there's no. I don't think so.
No, there's not.
It's
I'll
a one of a
answer
kind? Okay, so yeah, these things I don't know.
I don't know if you mentioned this, but you know the first Midwest Regatta was here.
Is that right?
At St. Mary's.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I did not know that. What around what era or time?
It had to be in the early 80s.
80s, yeah, 87, I want to say.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. Bruno would know.
Because I know Bruno and myself and Don Ukrainic, we were measuring the course with a 100-meter tape straight down, and we were drilling holes out. Ice, when the lake would freeze thick, we'd drill holes, put a buoy down, go further, and we go, God, we aren't going straight again. So we took us forever. And then we couldn't find them when we went to set the course for the race because they sank too deep. But, yeah, and the race was set, and all the schools from Midwest back then, there was probably only about 15.
Yeah.
And then we got winded out.
Oh, boy. Well, all in the name of fun.
That was before we had the first computer screen ever. I think it was a Mac or something.
Yeah.
And there was a race so close we had to put a piece of tape across the finish line, and we had all the coaches come up and say who won the race. I think it ended up being St. Mary's. So it was that close of a race.
I love it.
Hey, what race are we on? It's not verified. It's up. Right here.
Novice 4.
The women's Novice 4 is upon us. And there you see the Orchard Lake boat led by Julia Matthias as the coxswain, Luciana Sierra Leone, Sydney Erickson, Delaney Aspinall, and Grace Makalea.
Yeah, right now I'm looking lane 1's out, way out. Is this one close to shore?
I'm sorry.
Lane 1 here?
Correct. Yep, that's right.
So you got open water by about 3 open right now.
Well, look at you. You were born to color commentate. We should have had you in here years ago.
That's one thing I can do. I can't think straight, but I can think far. And it's
that's a Laddie line.
Yeah.
I love it.
I used to watch my dad row a single going, where the hell is he? And I'd see him about 2 miles down.
How many phone books did you see him rip?
A few.
Oh, gosh.
It's a trick. There's a trick to it.
Yeah.
There is?
Don't let it fool you.
All right.
It's
all right.
all technique.
It's easier said than, or it's easier than one
I don't know if
might
you
think.
know this, but he liked attention. So if there was a way for him to find some attention, he was going to get it.
Oh.
Phone books, one-arm
push-up.
push-up. There it is. Maybe some jokes mixed in there.
Maybe.
Is this a
The
novice?
pipe.
Is this a novice race?
This is, I'm being told, and I trust the person I'm being told, this is the Novice Women's 4.
I don't know. Is it really?
I don't know.
They sure rowed nice. I mean, that doesn't look like a novice crew to me. At first, they're really rowing beautifully.
Yeah.
Whoever's coaching that boat is doing a great job.
I'm with you.
All the crews look real well for novices. Look at that.
Yeah. Pat the Stat confirms it. It's St. Joe's Academy in lane 1, Forest Hill Central in lane 2. That's Huron in lane 3, Ann Arbor Pioneer in 4, St. Mary's in 5, Detroit Boat Club in 6, Cranbrook in 7, and Saline the Hornets in 8.
Yeah, that's a good-looking crew. Right now, I think it's 1, 3, and the crew in the yellow looks like Huron from my old memory.
Well, you got eyes of an eagle.
Old eagle eye.
Those glasses just for show?
That's it, yeah.
Man.
Also, he likes to talk, so whether or not it's accurate. Keep
That's
it
your
going.
dad. You're allowed to say that.
Yeah.
My dad does too. So right now it looks like it's St. Joe's in first, and in second place it's Ann Arbor Huron, and in third place it is
Orchard Lake.
Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
And then Central. How big of an angle is there?
I can't answer that question, sir. I'm sorry.
It's going to be close for third and fourth.
It is.
Yeah.
We saw a nip and tuck one earlier, 1 second difference.
Yeah, I'd say the green boat might overtake the red boat out there, but stroke rating.
This is all St. Joseph's here. They
Beautiful.
will take This nice stroke in. They've been a power. St. Joe's Academy out of Cleveland, Ohio for the goal.
All those crews they don't look like novices. You coaches are doing a great job with these skill levels these kids have.
Sure is. Huron will finish second, the girls from Ann Arbor, and then it's the Forest Hills Central Club that will finish third.
There we go.
The Ranges.
The Rangers.
Rangers.
How about that mascot, huh?
Yeah, it's fun.
The mighty, mighty Ranger. Here we go. We've got a double coming down next.
The doubles are coming next. It'll be the men's doubles. And we got a whole slew of selections there. East Grand Rapids will be in there 3 times. Saline, Orchard Lake St. Mary's will be in there twice. St. Iggy is in there once. And East Grand Rapids in there twice as well. And don't forget about St. John's Jesuit out of Toledo, who will also be a part of the show.
Looks like it's spread out pretty easy.
Here's a look at the schedule and where we're at. That's exactly where we're at, right smack dab in the middle of it. The men's varsity 2, otherwise known as doubles, followed by the men's varsity 1X, otherwise known as singles. That will follow.
If you can row a double, you're a darn good rower.
Did you row a double?
Yeah, but I wasn't.
Did you row with your dad?
Oh, yeah, we rowed it.
What was he like as a rower? Like, how good was he?
He was, for a little lightweight guy, you hear him, he was great. No, but he was. He was gutty. He wouldn't give up. I know when he chased me around, when I made him mad, he always caught me, even though I was faster.
This is Don LeBlanc. This is James LeBlanc. Kevin LeBlanc will be along in moments.
This is going to ends up a good close race with lane 1 and 4 here.
That's
or
right.
2 and 4.
It's Saline in 2. It's
And East
St.
Grand
Ignatius
Rapids?
in 4.
It's hard to tell.
I know. I don't know how you
The
can
blades,
see it.
I don't know. I go by the blade colors. The yellow blade out there and the blue and gold team. But that's what colors St. Ed's is. They're green and gold, aren't they?
What do you see, James?
Well, I see a computer screen here he could look at.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe get a better idea.
Yeah, that's what that thing is. I don't have my wife. She's my tech girl.
You're looking at the wrong one over here, old timer.
I see this one. What, Sells he's in first place?
He's old school. He doesn't need that.
Yeah, I know it. He's old.
So, what do we have? Pat the Stat says lane 3 is in the lead. That's St. Mary's. Followed by lane 5. And that is EGRA.
This is a pair. How do you get doubles?
You said double.
Oh, I screwed up again.
That's
a
all right.
pair. Okay.
Is it St. Mary's B that finishes 3rd in lane 8? It is.
Is it? It looks like Northville. That's orange and black.
It's Ryan Kazara and Dylan Filiatro, the future Commodore of Vanderbilt, in that boat. It's also Colton Mercier along with Duke Ban, the other tandem that is placed in this competition.
Singles next.
Singles are next. You're getting this. You're just
Yeah.
getting warm, baby. You're in the bullpen still.
I hope the people know what difference is between a pair and a double. Pair
Explain
is,
it.
A
Not
pair
everybody
has
does.
a pair oar like just came down as 1 oar each or a sweep oar.
Uh-huh.
Where a double is 2 oars each, which is a sculling boat.
Okay.
So-
None of which speaks to the coxswain, if there's
No,
a coxswain
exactly.
or not.
That pair race is the toughest race boat to row ever because when you think you're going to flip every stroke, it's bad. But you can finesse that boat, you're pretty darn good.
Did you ever row a pair?
Not in practice. Never in a race.
Yeah.
It's a fun boat to row with a couple of capable oars people. It's a lot of fun. It's
So-
interesting. The regatta's come so far. You started out with just sweep boats, and to see so many schools now too. I mean, it was St. Mary's and St. Ignatius to start,
Yep.
and then they branched out and added on and added on and added races, and it's not just first eights anymore, like varsity eights, first, second, third. Quads is incredible. It's just rowing's come so far in high school scholastic rowing.
Sure has.
This looks like a pretty close race out here for the singles.
Yeah, darn good race.
Yeah, and it's underway. East Grand Rapids is in this race 3 times. Selena's in it once. So is St. Mary's, and so is Ann Arbor Huron. We'll try to get some updates here shortly. Ethan Jenkinson, the lone rider in this one for the hometown Eaglets.
Who's in the middle there? He's a big kid out in the middle.
East Grand Rapids has scratched a couple boats, so there's actually 4 boats in. East Grand Rapids, St. Mary's, Huron, and Saline.
Whoever the boy in the center is a heck of a good scholar. Look at him go long, just a long stroke rate. He's been rowing for a while, I hope. Is that a St. Mary's boy out there in the middle? I can't tell.
We're having a hard time finding it. Well, lane 4, but there's 2 scratched, so it's hard to tell who 4 is. Is it 6 or is it 4?
I believe it's St. Martin. Keep going, buddy. Finish it. Yeah, St. Mary's in first.
St. Mary's is in first, so that's Jenkinson of Orchard Lake.
Good job.
St. Iggy in second.
St. Iggy is in second place.
They're going to battle it out. He's pouring it on to try and catch up to the number 1 spot.
Or EGR in second place. St. Iggy is not in this race.
They're going to fall a little bit short. Look at St. Mary's really starting to stretch it out now.
He's
Looking
a good
pretty
scholar.
good coming into the
Really
finish
good.
line. Pretty good.
It's one thing the United States Olympic team starting to do more of is sweep rowing.
Yeah.
And that's something England and a lot of the top-notch countries have always sculled. That's why they more or less dominate the regattas and the world championships.
Why do you think they made the switch?
The United States finally realized, hey, maybe we should do what's successful. You know, it's because we always went with the big guys, big boats, go fast, and
yeah.
The finesse that you learn out of a sculling boat transfers into an 8 in the run of the boat on your recovery and the feel, because you got to have that feel before you put the oar in. Not only the strength, but it all measures into success.
So congratulations to the Eaglets champion.
Yeah.
Jenkinson, Ethan Jenkinson. Next up is the women's varsity 4.
This will be a great race. A or B final?
It's final, I believe.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think it's A.
Oh, quad? It's a quad, 4X?
It's a 4X.
That's a quad.
Yeah, it's a quad.
Yeah, so that's everybody, all 4 ladies with 2 oars each. This is the fastest boat. It'll pretty much keep up with an 8 because the lightness of the 4 people versus 8 and grabbing the water with 2 blades. It's usually pretty darn quick.
For Orchard Lake, it'll be Merja along with Hinderleiter, Sosnowski, and DeFonso. That's the women's varsity 4X, or quad if you're one of the cool kids.
Quaddies. Now this is a fun boat. This is a fun boat to row, isn't it, James?
Yeah, it's one of the best looking races. That and the 8s are always fan favorite, but it's a fast boat to row in because it's a shorter boat, of course, and just as many oars as an 8. Like my dad was saying, they can really rip out there.
And there you see Giada Merja, Kylie Hinderleiter, Sophie Sosnowski, and Nina DeFonso. The Orchard Lake St. Mary's women's varsity 4X.
Two Forest Hill boats and 2 East Grand Rapids boats in this race.
Yep.
along with 2 St. Mary's boats.
Oh, 2 St. Mary's, 2 Orchard.
The second St. Mary's boat, I apologize, is Avery Daniels, Madeline Curtin, Lauren Shin, and Audrey Jenkinson, whose brother has just won that Skull event.
Wow, family of scullers.
That's it, just like the Leblancs.
Yeah. I tell you a good story. When we moved from downriver to Union Lake back in 1957, my dad bought a house on the lake after renting one off the lake.
What a decision to buy that house, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
He'll tell you about it. Yeah, he used to love to tell the story about how he
Really?
decided to buy this house.
I want to hear that next.
And wait till you hear how he paid it off.
I want to hear that after that.
So it was, he bought the house for 16 grand. And I remember all the relatives came over to help clean it, and my mom just cried. It was such a wreck, just a mess. It took a week to clean it before she would move into it somewhat. And so we lived there for a while. And
God bless Mimi.
Yeah, Mimi. And he gets a single, borrows a single, snuck a single out of E-Course's boat clubhouse.
Borrowed
it. Yeah. So he rode it and set it on the shore. And one day I'm going, where the heck is he? And all of a sudden, he should be coming by now because I could see far away. And all of a sudden, I see a boat coming, a launch. And what did he do? He rode that boat that wasn't his into a raft and broke the whole bow off. So how was he going to explain that? So what he did, he took it back, just set it next to the boathouse and left it. They knew who it was.
Right. Oh, no.
So he finally, probably later on, he finally, gave him the money for it.
Oh, yeah.
Because he found one of his second nickels that he had and paid it off.
That's amazing.
But how he paid the house off is when I was 8, I got hit by a car.
Oh, wow.
And he was able to sue.
Explains a lot. Explains a lot. You knew that.
I ran in front of the car, and this poor kid, and so he was able to sue the poor kid that hit me. And that's how he paid the rest of the house.
Mike Morse. You call Mike Morse if something like that happens again.
There you go.
Yeah, so.
Who was the Mike Morse in 1958?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's funny.
We'll take a brief timeout, and we'll come back with more from the Laddie Cup and the LeBlancs. Having a great Saturday at Orchard Lake. Glad you've joined us. We're the Prep.
Shoulder. Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
4 wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
The women's varsity quad has begun. Welcome back to Laddie Cup 2025. My name is Chad Bush. I'm here with James LeBlanc. I'm here with Don LeBlanc. And we're celebrating the Laddie Cup and the life and the namesake of this event, Jack LeBlanc. Known to many as Laddie, and he knew a lot of people as a lot of other adjectives.
Yeah.
But Laddie was one of those.
That was it.
So he turned into Laddie because he called everybody else that. What's the origination of that? What do you go back to?
I don't really know.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Did anybody ever tell the story about when he ran into the dock in coaching launch?
I don't think so. Let's hear it.
So on the far side of the lake, he's coaching. You're always on one side of the boat, so he's looking up and down, coaching, and he got too close to the shore, and for some reason he's still alive. He ran right into someone's dock, went right underneath their dock, and knocked him right out of the boat. Luckily, he didn't break his neck. It was unbelievable.
Looks like we had a start of the race, but we had to do a quick reset, probably either a false start or a breakage, which happens from time to time.
It does, and while we do have that, we got to get to a couple breaks. We'll step aside for a moment. We'll come back with more coverage in just a minute. Thanks for watching the Laddie Cup. Cup, and we've got one of the prized alumnus of OLSM rowing, one of the former oarsmen, graduate in 1994, Jimmy McBroom, good enough to join us. Very close, was coached by Coach Laddie Leblanc, and great memories, I know, as a four-year oarsman.
Absolutely.
Lots of not only championships and titles we can get into, but the memories made with Laddie and also with your teammates. What can you share with us about that adventure?
I mean, run when you're late. Peckerhead of the Year, 1991, right here. There's so many different things that comes about, when you think about Jack LeBlanc's legacy. But the thing that really drives it home for me is to look out on the shoreline and see, a couple thousand people gathering on his home court, if you will, and celebrating, high school rowing the way it should be. That we should have always had an event here. It took a long time, but to honor him in this way is just absolutely incredible, and I'm happy to be a part of it in any way I can. And I'm happy to see you.
It's great to see you, man.
Can you believe it's been as long as it's been?
Yeah, I know. It's good to see you, although we did get a chance to get in touch at your place a couple months ago. It was awesome.
It was.
You have great memories, I know, at Orchard Lake St. Mary's, a place that's near and dear to your heart.
Absolutely.
The rowing program's near and dear to your heart. What are some of the shareable on-air stories with your teammates, most memorable in that rowing class in your times?
I got three. So the first one is when we were preparing for St. Catherine's in 1993, Mark Kneisel,
sure,
wherever he is, the guy who actually gave me my nickname.
Which one?
Doom. Doom came from him.
Is that right?
That's absolutely the fact. You can check with Buell, everybody else who was there that day. But we were preparing for St. Catherine's, and Neil Parker, Chad Buell, Josh Polovich, Tim Harrington, that whole crew that had pretty much been together since freshman year were the senior eight that year. This is our junior year, and then our junior eight, and Laddie and Kneisel, on a certain level, there was very competitive, always between the two of them. So they made us race about 1,000 meters on this lake about 3 times. And we won the first 2, and Jack was hot.
Yeah.
So we made us race again, and we lost the third one. And it was one of those things where like everybody was mad at each other. It was that spirit of competition that made everybody better. And that was a great boat. A year later, they went on to win Midwest, and truly one of the greatest crews of the last 40, 50 years of this program. But there was that. There was a spring break in Augusta in 1994 where we'd heard the legend that Jack could tear a phone book in half.
Yeah.
For you boys and girls who
Did you
don't,
see it in person?
I saw it in person.
He did it.
As a matter of fact, Scott Orell's dad filmed the whole spring break
Dick.
experience.
Dick
Yes.
Orell.
Rest in peace.
Dick
Good man. And he filmed the whole thing. And we had been asking him all week to do it. For those of you kids that don't know what a phone book is, it's literally about that thick. And, Jack at late 60s, whatever he was at that point in time, just got to work and in about 30 seconds tore the whole thing frame to frame. He would do one-arm push-ups, all that kind of stuff. He was just a man's man.
Yeah, superpowers.
But the last story I can definitely remember, and it was funny because it was from the same spring break, is we were 2 o'clock in the morning backing into the Augusta boathouse. and we heard something go bump because
Who was driving?
Jack was driving.
Which we all know. Everybody knows that Jack's one of his best assets was not his driving skills.
Right. No.
He had a lot of them. No driving.
He had a lot of great qualities, but so I'm in the van with Neil, Chad, everybody else, and then literally we hear a bump or something, and Jack gets out and goes and checks it out, and we're all arguing what happened. He's just like, man, I think he broke the boat. No, he didn't break no boat, man. He just bumped into something. It's no whatever. And literally Laddie slides open the door and says, fellas, can you hold this for me? It was the stern. It was the stern of one of our four shells.
If anybody was going to break it, thank gosh it was him.
Right, and I say all that with love because Jack was a guy who turned boys into men for real. You know, it's an old adage that people talk about, but it was something he actually did. You could come in here 104 pounds freshman year and walk out 185, you know, a man at 18 years of age, 4 years later. I know because he did that for me.
Awesome, man.
So
thanks for swinging through.
Absolutely, man. Great to see you.
Jimmy McBroom, class of '94, proud oarsman right here at Orchard Lake, doing great things in life. Always good to catch up, man.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
All right, we roll on from the Laddie Cup 2025. More coverage right after this. Welcome back to the Laddie Cup, Orchard Lake, Michigan, and the northern suburbs of the Metro Detroit area. We got a couple gentlemen from Grand Rapids area, but they've got some Orchard Lake love, both former assistant coaches at Orchard Lake St. Mary's. We've got Kevin Leblanc, who's joined us. Great to see you, Kevin.
Yeah, it's great to be here. It's awesome.
Kevin came in from Chicago, and James LeBlanc in from Clarkston today, but is a Grand Rapids native. We've got a false start. There's clashing, and so this race has had to start over. Tell us a little more about what this means, James.
So from time to time, you've got a bunch of boats. It may or may not be windy, but from one reason or another, the boats will point towards one another, and they may, the oars may clash. The boats, they run into one another, and so it's up to the referees and the officials to make a determination. Hey, is this within there's a certain distance or period of time that they can do that, and they can just call it a restart. So that's what they do. If you don't get off to a clean start, the crews have clashed. They'll stop it, get them back into the blocks, and do it all over again. And it's better for everybody. It might add a little bit of time, but they do such a great job at the regatta of timing things out. You kind of build into it, and we've got a seasoned crew out on the water, the guys that have been doing this forever. You plan for it, you handle it, and you reset and go and catch up maybe on the back end. So crews are familiar with it. It's unfortunate, but you get a fair shake at getting off to a clean start.
It's the women's varsity quad that is underway. Kevin, in your experience here as a coach at Orchard Lake St. Mary's, I mean, you lived in the culture of rowing here where your grandfather started rowing. You lived in the dorms, you coached, you were ingrained in the culture. What was your experience like here?
Well, I grew up around the school, just being familiar with it because of the family connection. So I had some idea of what was going in. But as someone who went to public school out in Grand Rapids, there was a camaraderie that was a lot stronger. The private school, particularly, I think, is just the boys at the time. And so working in the dorms and getting a pretty intimate, mix in with a lot of the students and taking on that role as someone recently graduated from college and getting to be involved with coaching with Laddie himself in one of his final years before he'd officially retired was pretty awesome to learn from not just him, but the other coaches had a ton of experience, and it was like a well-oiled machine.
It's awesome. I know you've had several great rowing moments with your grandfather, and that had to be one of them, coaching with him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was one of the primary reasons I considered to be an obvious opportunity coming right out of school before I figured out what I was going to do career-wise, but getting the experience, the kind of adulting experience, and getting to spend some time in a sport we all loved, we only did because of him and his influence.
What was your best dorm experience story that you can share?
Yeah. Well, a lot of the interesting thing was it was a mix of kids from different backgrounds. In some cases you had kids from just the suburbs that wanted the experience. In other cases you had kids from South Korea, and there was a lot of different stuff going on. So it was kind of like a melting of cultures, but there wasn't as many dramatic stories. It was a lot of silly kid stuff.
Yeah.
And so honestly, I came away with it thinking that no matter where the kids were from, there was the St. Mary's identity that they all. So as far as silly stories, probably nothing newsworthy. Just the type of trouble boys get into, really.
How many sentences did you? What was the highest number of sentences you assigned to somebody?
Yeah. Okay. That's a good one. So there was creative punishments for the young lads who didn't follow the dorm rules, because you can't. One kid starts not following the rules, you run into problems.
Sure.
So one kid had to write 200 sentences for misbehaving, and he decided to not number them correctly. Probably shorted himself about 35 sentences, so he was immediately ordered to do another 300. He was not very excited about that, but he didn't like me going into that. But after we got along great after that, to his credit, not just because he was sucking up or anything.
You got a good race coming down the course here.
What a great look from the O'Connor Vision boat side.
At Forest Hill Central there.
Is that Forest Hill Central? The Ranges down the stretch making a move. Led by the 6th boat. That is East Grand Rapids A, followed by East Grand Rapids B in 7, followed by Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the 5th lane. St. Mary's has 2 boats in this race. And the Eaglets are on the move, making a push. It looks like this is going to belong to East Grand Rapids. Stand up, Pioneers.
Wait a second. We've got the number 4 spot, Forest Hills, making a push, making a move here at the finish. Is it going to be enough?
Right.
East Grand Rapids on the outside's looking tired, but I think they got enough space there. We'll see.
Sometimes that angle will trick you.
You're
Ooh,
right.
It's coming down to the wire.
Very strong pulling from Forest Hill Central.
Nice work by East, holding off Central. Looks like they pulled it off for the 3 spot.
So we'll stay on the right side of the state. It'll be East Grand Rapids, followed by Forest Hill Central, and then that 3rd boat will await. Orchard Lake St. Mary's now officially finishes 3rd. Is that right? Okay. We'll have to get final word on it. Pat the Stat and Donnie are going to arm wrestle over there for it. Eaglets finished 2nd. You guys get your story straight first before you go report the news, okay? The Eaglets are finished 2nd, and that's where this one ends. The women's varsity 4 is finished.
Looks like next we have the men's freshman novice 8.
That's it. St. Ignatius will enter 3 boats in that race. St. Mary's will not make an appearance in this race. It'll be St. Edward's, Ann Arbor Pioneer, Shaker Heights, Forest Hill Central, and Detroit Boat Club. A nice look at the boat launch area. This is where all the fun stuff happens, right, Kevin?
This is where, as a coach, you have to be absolutely sure that they're not setting the boat down onto the dock rather than in the water. It seems simple, but it's often something that has to be overly coached to protect the boats when they're being set in the water and taken out.
And the spectators and the folks putting the boat in, right? I mean, there's lots of people that can get in the way of these things, too.
Yeah, hopefully the dock master, whoever's on there kind of keeping track of stuff, is keeping any parents with phones out for photographs far away from the docks so they don't get knocked.
I'm telling you, a well-run regatta starts with a good dock master. They're not always the most well-liked folks because they're pushing people away and pushing them out on the water, but, man, it's you don't get boats on the water, it's hard to get them started.
Who is the best dock master in the Leblanc family?
Well, there's one person. There's only one person that'll wear that crown, and that's my dad.
Okay.
He's just he was born for it. He's got the right attitude. He's not afraid to rub people the wrong way.
What are you doing?
There's a lot of people around that know him that he's rubbed them the wrong way, but somehow they keep coming back. I don't know why.
Great.
He's like his old man is. Like he can call you whatever he wants, and then you come back with a smile on your face like, what can I help you with today, Donnie? I don't know how he did it.
And then he'll sell you an insurance policy.
Yeah.
I remember a gentleman by the name of Dave Filipiak could be an aggressive dock master at Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
We're going to step aside. Hold those stories. I want to hear more about it. The stories, the races, the day. The events and the memories continue from the Laddie Cup 2025. More to come. We're the Prep. Thanks for watching.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
We're back to the Laddie Cup 2025. We could not do this without our sponsors. And one of our generous sponsors is Tim Smith from the Mike Morse Law Firm, Executive Management. Tim, thanks so much for coming. I know it's more than just being a sponsor today for you. Your daughter Sienna was in the national championship boat, the girls four. The girls junior four. Talk about the experience of being a parent in this program at this school and what it's meant to you.
Absolutely. So as I was sharing with some of the newer family members leading up to Laddie Cup this week, there's a lot of work that goes into it, the weeks and days and months, beforehand. And talking with them, you explain this crew. No one comes into this program knowing much about crew.
Right.
In fact, you can be exiting the crew program and not know much about it. But the one thing that you learn very quickly is, unlike a lot of the other sports, the parental involvement is huge. And it's like today, it's people getting here at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning for parking duties. It's us working till maybe about 8 o'clock last night, getting the beach and the docks ready. It's the moms and dads that were we host a couple of the out-of-state high schools for a dinner the Friday before Laddie Cup and serving them. So it's just the parental involvement is just amazing. Getting the chance to meet all those parents and everything. It's fantastic.
Going through and reliving the experience of last year, I know as Sienna was a junior and winning the national title, leading up to that, was it something that you all were kind of expecting, sensing, building? When did that start, and then how was it when it finished and they finally won?
Yeah, it's interesting because it really started that previous fall, and for those that are in the sport, a lot of us, the fall season, I kind of compare it to cross country. It's time trials, and then spring is like track and field, where you're going, against each other in the individual races. But they participated in a really strong field in Ohio in the fall, and it was the first time that four boat rode together, and they did very well against prominent Midwest teams, including some club teams. And so people are kind of scratching their heads like, maybe we got something here. Then sure enough, the girls worked hard over the winter, and in the beginning regattas of the spring season, they did well. And then you started hearing whispers from some of the parents that have been around longer, had seen success at the school before, and said this team could do something. And being a parent, you're like, we'll see what happens. Let's just kind of go along for the ride. And it was just amazing because there were so many different unique things that happen. And it's funny, as we were sitting here getting ready to go on the air, I saw three geese swim by the spot here, and there's say a certain rower on that four boat that I may or may not know quite well that's not a big fan of geese. And in the actual in the semifinal, as they were within 50 yards of the finish line, there was a pack of geese that came across the boat. And the coxswain knew, and it shows how tight the girls were. The coxswain knew that this girl was afraid of the geese and warned them about it. Said, just keep rowing, don't worry. And literally, we've got a picture of the boat going through the geese, flying right over the girls' heads. So it was stuff like that was just magical, but it was an unbelievable experience.
That's great. Tim, thanks again for being a part of this. I know Laddie Cup means a lot to you, and you've done a great part to make sure that these girls get the great exposure they deserve and the opportunities. Sienna, congratulations also on her University of Michigan future for her. I know she's got great things ahead.
Absolutely.
And so thanks again, Tim.
Appreciate you.
You bet. That's Tim Smith. Back with more on the Laddie Cup right after this. The men's freshman or novice, call it what you like, 8 is upon us. Welcome back to the Preps coverage of the 2025 Laddie Cup. Kelly Garbig's in the house. You know it's a big event. Now, if somebody gets injured on the water, what is the trainer going to do at this point? Where does the trainer, are we going to get a boat out to the action? All right, we'll get you out there. You can get out on that boat with Brad Boss Ross. Okay, let's get into this race. We've got St. Ignatius 3 times in this race. We've got Pioneer in the race along with St. Ed, Shaker Heights, Forest Hill Central, and Detroit. Who is in the lead?
St. Ignatius strongly in the lead.
A boat, St. Ignatius.
They might be taking second, too.
Shaker Heights making a move. The home of Fish. It's where the Fish family began. But this one looks to be done. St. Ignatius has come in. And a titanic finish here. Forest Hill Central and Shaker Heights battling it out.
Yeah, here we go.
St. Ignatius B coming in strong on the inside
They're
lane.
going to try to hold on to it.
It's tight.
No,
Very
Ignatius
strong
is going to
finish.
pull it off. Look at that.
So Shaker Heights will finish second, and Forest Hill Central will finish third. What a race. How about it, Kevin?
Yeah, it's hard to deny that. When you see a team's entering 3 boats, you figure at least one's going to be fast, and they had 2 fast ones in there with St. Ignatius. Very strong crew.
Up next is the women's Novice 8. And that'll be Forest Hill Central, St. Joe's Academy, Cranbrook, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, Ann Arbor Pioneer, and St. Joe's will enter a second boat as well.
Look at the skies opening up. This is great.
Well, you
Get
know
some
what?
blue
This
sky.
gives you a lot of confidence and faith that somebody's looking out and giving us a little warmth.
We deserve this.
I think so. We've struggled through a long April.
As I said in the last one, if a team's got 2 boats in a limited category like freshman Novice A, you expect one to be a strong favorite, if not both.
It helps
or
the
strong
odds.
contender. Strong contender, I should say. Not
That's
favorite.
right. That's all right. That's the view from Brad the Boss Ross, who's all bundled up. O'Connor did the dirty work earlier. He's got all wet. And it's a nice look. Or it was. Westfall down there. There he is. Ross getting the Game Boy in somehow. Yep, there he is. Managed to shake a hand loose. So up next is the women's Novice 8. And they're off. All right. Thank you, Andrew Steele. All kinds of hands helping in an event like this. Where would Laddie be right now in the middle of an event like this? What did he do during the races?
Well, it depends on where in his coaching career. Early on, he would have been in the mix, coaching, yelling at the boys, telling people where to go, yelling at coaches, very likely.
Really? So he would get into coaches?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it didn't matter who you were. If you're in his way and you didn't like what you were doing, he'll tell you about it. And then as he got a little bit deeper into it, a little bit older in years, he'd sit back, arms crossed, watch the laddies out there racing, have the pre-race talk. And then, the older he got, the more time he spent away from the water, just telling stories, talking to parents, coaching all the while. But, and then later in years when Kevin was coaching with him, he'd be somewhere warm, telling more stories, probably some jokes.
What about
but
the pipe?
always,
Would the pipe
and the
be
pipe
going?
would be, the colder it was, the more he'd smoke the pipe. But always had his eyes on the water, just like our old man. He can tell you what's going on out on the race course.
That's
Coaching, telling people what they're doing wrong. Very good at that.
Yeah. Love it.
Love the sport. And it's fair to mention his lovely wife, our Mimi, Julie Leblanc.
Oh yeah.
She always knew, and she always talked about it, even in later years, that she always knew it was his first love. And she said it, and she was not afraid to say it, and she was 100% right. And there was a tremendous amount of respect between the two of them.
Yeah.
And she would be at every darn regatta, just like our mother was,
Sure.
every race.
Sure.
And then she herself, finally, yeah, that's right. Years later, she raced in her first race, first and only race
At 70,
and came first in her age category.
Yeah, she learned to row in her 70s. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And Pip was still with us?
Yeah, Pip was still with. He was standing on the shore. He was their coach, of course.
How proud was he?
Yeah, he stood there. Yeah, he was pretty happy, but he was a little bit nervous because it took the spotlight away from him a little bit.
They both competed at Henley in the same year, I think, on the Henley Masters, didn't they?
No.
You sure?
Nervous.
Yeah.
Close to it, within a few years.
Nervous only because the spotlight went off him for a minute.
Rowing
Not nervous
was
about the race.
Rowing was his sport.
Oh, I love it. Want to thank our friends at Bloomfield Bounce House, our friend Stick. That great TV that everybody's gathered in over there. I'm glad they're having fun. Thanks to Stick and Bloomfield Hills Bounce House. We thank them. If you need a bounce house, you need a Princess Castle, you want to have some fun with your boys in the backyard, just bounce around, this is the place to do it. Bloomfield Bounce House. Info at bloomfieldbouncehouse.com. 248-329-3465. It's summertime. You've got birthday parties. You've got Barbie parties and all kinds of fun. Get your Bloomfield Bounce House.
My kids love a bounce house.
Aren't they fun?
All the time.
Yeah,
Honestly,
adults love them
it never
too.
gets old. See, it's been a while, but that's one of those things that's been around forever and is always a hit. My kids love it.
You just see one on the side of the street driving by as a kid, and you're instantly jealous.
I'm in. They also love lanes, and there's lanes this year thanks to the Xavier Nichols Foundation, who've kindly donated the lanes that are new in this course. Groundbreaking stuff, and we thank the generous donors at Xavier Nichols Foundation for that. It makes a difference, right,
Big
guys?
time.
Yeah.
Having the lanes, it's a big deal, right,
It's
Kevin?
it's a premium experience. A lot of the race courses back in the day, 90s, 2000s, it would be a premium experience to be able to do that. But it also just adds to the higher level competition, creates a indisputable, clean atmosphere for everybody to row in.
He's Kevin LeBlanc, and we've got James LeBlanc, and we've got Don LeBlanc as well in the house as we get on our third hour of coverage. We also want to thank Mike Morse. We appreciate the Mike Morse Law Firm for their sponsorship. Mike Morse Law Firm is the largest Michigan-based personal injury law firm in the Midwest. They represent clients throughout the state of Michigan and Northwest Ohio who have suffered injuries from trucking, motor vehicle accidents, slip and falls, dog bite incidents, something Laddie entangled with in the 60s. He was ahead of his time. The firm also partners with other esteemed law firms throughout the state and the Midwest, specializing in other areas of the law so that they can help even more people. The Mike Morse Law Firm, proud sponsors of Laddie Cup and encouraging all the rowers to row for the win. 855-699-5527. All right, what's next? We had a false start again. Dang it.
Yeah.
False start on the offense, 5 yards, repeat, first down. It happens. The adrenaline's running hot. So are the burgers. Look at that nice village of burgers.
That sounds good. That sounds great.
We can arrange something like that. Pat the Stack can whip up some burgers now. We've got the overhead view of what we have coming. It's the women's Novice 8. Beautiful shot from Andrew Steele driving that drone today. Proud 2010 Eaglet oarsman. Wearing, sorry?
Coxon.
Okay, well, devil's in the details.
One of the best.
Got to get some prep gear on you, young man. You're wearing St. Ignatius colors. We got to get you in. That's right.
They're off.
And they're off.
And they're off.
And they're off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, sorry. Yes, your mic.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're hot, baby. Go ahead. Kevin LeBlanc, James LeBlanc, and Donnie LeBlanc with us in this third hour of coverage.
Only
Feels like
7 more hours, you know.
Paint's drying.
Is that it? Oh, the crew just looked back at me, and if you could have felt that look. It felt firm with a bit of an edge. We're having fun, though. This is the women's Novice 8. And the participants in this event, Forest Hills Central. The Rangers are back in this thing. So are St. Joe's Academy Cranbrook, who trains from just across the lake. How about it? They're neighbors and friends with St. Mary's, and they are in lane 4, are the Eaglets on their home course. Ann Arbor Pioneer, our friends from AA in lane 5. And St. Joe's Academy will get fancy and add 2 boats to this contest.
Looks like Orchard Lake and St. Joe's are the top 2 crews right now. Orchard Lake with a boat length lead over St. Joe's.
St. Mary's women's freshman or novice boat looks like this. The coxswain is Julia Mathias, Lily Hermes in the 8 seat. In the 7 seat, Tessa Hamus. In the 6 seat is Evelyn Ross. In the 5 seat is Grace Kazara. Abraham in that 4th seat, and the others to follow. Boy, Abraham keeps popping up everywhere. But no, that's a boat to watch out for, and we will start to see who has the advantage soon.
Speaking of seeing, the beautiful, obviously the day just keeps getting nicer and nicer, but great vantage point for the length of the course. But got to point it out to the folks that are into the tent checking out the TV, because the coverage, I've never seen rowing coverage like this, to be able to see it from start to finish, whether it's from the drone, if it's from the water. If you're a parent and you want to get a up close look at your kid out on the water or your team, come on down here and check it out, because it's unmatched. And I think it's streaming on YouTube as well, right?
It is. It's streaming on our YouTube channel.
Very cool.
Thank you. We've got a great team, and we've got 5 angles, and we've got an executive producer that's mixing it all together like a delicious deluxe brownie. Or a Dutch Girl donut.
Oh, Dutch Girl donut.
And so, no, we thank you for those kind words. And it's a hard, long working crew that's made it all happen.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Kevin was commenting. He couldn't believe it. He's never seen it.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the bigger regattas you see, regional regattas, national level regattas, they have, fraction of what the prep provides for this event. I'm sure other events too. What other types of events are you involved in?
We're involved in many. The traditional sports we're heavy in, and the non-traditional sports. But right now in the spring, we've got baseball, softball, lacrosse. We're going to be out on the west side of the state on Monday at Byron Center covering a lacrosse game.
Cool.
And rowing and girls soccer. All big spring events, and then of course in the fall we've got football and volleyball.
It just starts up again.
It just starts up again, and then hockey and basketball and wrestling in the winter. So,
awesome.
No, it's all a full circle, and we're lucky to have it. We got a team that loves doing this. They've learned to love rowing. And
Yeah.
They've learned a little bit about the Laddie Cup and your grandfather and all the great things that come with this sport, including just the hard work, dedication, and the pride.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they started it up, late 70s, I think 78, was that the first year, James?
Yeah,
with Judson Ross was the initial coach, but with Jack LeBlanc coaching alongside him and eventually taking over the team. I think Coach Ross, had some health issues that prevented him from taking on the full-time role. But it was really unfortunate that my grandfather was really the one who kind of set it all in motion at a time when not many schools at all had rowing programs. A few in the state, and that was about it.
Yeah, a pioneer. I mean,
yeah, Ann Arbor Huron was there, and a Pioneer came on, and then.
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
see
meant
what you
a
mean.
pioneer.
Yeah, no, I realized
to
that.
The sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
That downriver cruise obviously had an established But it looks like St. Mary's is cleanly ahead here.
Boat 4 is way out in front, according to Pat the Stat. That is Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
Boat number 2 is second.
And
St. Joe's.
St. Joe's is second. So the Eaglets will cruise here. As you get a look inside the.
This is going to be a close one for third, I think. Based on the angle we're seeing, I think it's more even than it might look for depending on where you're sitting. With Forest Hill Central on the inside, Pioneer lane 5, St. Joe's B in lane 6.
Yeah, you're right about that. The Eaglets have crossed the finish line and a no doubt walk away finish.
Whoa, here they come. There goes.
Oop.
Number 1, boat number 1. It's going to finish third.
Forest Hill Central is going to take the third spot. A crab has been caught, perhaps in the far side boat.
A lot of chop.
And so the 3 places have been finalized. The Eaglets of Orchard Lake win it, followed by St. Joe's Academy, and then Forest Hill Central, the 3rd place. So the women's Novice 8 is in the books. Time to flip the calendar to the men's second varsity 4 with Cox.
And it's off.
We thank Kevin LeBlanc for joining us. We welcome Don LeBlanc back to the microphone. Good to see you, sir, again. You were doing a great job spotting. I'm not sure we want to give you up with. I think you were the jelly to the peanut butter and jelly that Pat the Stat was missing over there.
No, Pat was on it.
He won't give up. He won't
Pat the Stat was on it.
Yeah, he needs help in rowing a little bit, just like we all do, and you're the perfect seasoned veteran.
So Kevin was telling a story about touching on the fact that the downriver schools they've been an installment in rowing for since the 30s 40s, right? And so interestingly enough, tying everything together, so Pip or Laddie growing up downriver, my dad will tell even better story, but the boat club was their daycare. He and his brothers would go down to the boat club, they'd hang out, watch the people come in and row, because the Ecorse Boat Club was like, for the Midwest, it was, along with Detroit Boat Club, was like a rowing mecca. And so people would come in the 40s in particular, would come to Ecorse Boat Club or Detroit Boat Club to train. And Jack Kelly, brother of Grace Kelly, was an aspiring Olympic oarsman, decided that he's going to come out from, I think, New York to come train with the boys at Ecorse Boat Club. And Pippi would be down there, Laddie, to kind of take it all in. So for him to move away from that, because he wanted something better for his family, they moved out to Commerce, Michigan, Union Lake, lived on the lake there. That, of course, it was a draw to the water. And he found his way through association with Ecorse Boat Club. Judson Ross found Jack LeBlanc and said, hey, come on out, I need your help. And then here we are. And somehow Pippi, Laddie, Jack landed in what became his heaven every single day. He'd come out here, he'd coach rowing, help grow the sport, became known. He was synonymous with the sport of rowing, known from here to Canada, honored at just about every regatta he went to, especially in his final years, and always recognized by somebody, or he would recognize somebody at a distant, far-off regatta. So pretty cool. Brought it home here to Orchard Lake, and now look at what's happening at the Laddie Cup. It's pretty darn cool.
It's awesome. And
couldn't write that story.
So many talents that he had, and connecting with people was one of them through comedy and through just passion, but just a guy that could bring people together and lead and win.
Yep.
And he brought it all together in such a unique way.
You don't know the half of it, but
I know, and our listeners and viewers, some of them do. But
yeah, some of the kids know.
We wish we could tell them even more.
Oh God, definitely wouldn't be politically correct nowadays.
But more talents than just rowing by this family. I know you sing, Donnie. You're a very good vocalist, along with your sisters as well, and your brother.
Yeah.
We know Dickie can
get down.
Can get down now.
Sure.
but so much talent. What was one of the hidden talents, though, that people don't know about your dad?
He could sing.
Oh, he could sing. He always wanted to emulate Mario Lanza, so we had Mario Lanza opera. That's how I got into opera.
Okay.
Listen to that music, and
Uh-huh.
he just didn't have time. He had too many kids.
Right.
Had a kid every year.
Yeah.
So he was busy working and other things, I guess.
Right, yeah. Having
I
babies.
said to my mom, were you ever not pregnant for 10 years in a row? I said, I added all the hours and the days. I said, man, crazy. She was valedictorian of the school, and all the teachers were mad because she didn't go to college. She wanted to have kids.
Right.
So they got married and had kids, one
The
right after
Waterford
another.
Township?
No,
Waterford
they lived in Ecorse.
Okay.
Downriver.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
My grandpa found my mother in a ditch. She fell off her bike and took her home because she hurt herself fell in it. And he said, I met a girl for you, Jack. Sure. He said, I already went ahead of you, Dad. But look, we got lane 4 winning this one.
I think so. This is the men's second varsity 4 final.
Lane 4, but it's close.
Very close.
Lane 4 is St. Ignatius A-Boat. Lane 2 is second. That's Orchard Lake St.
Yeah.
Mary's. And lane 6 is Pioneer. That's their B-Boat.
Beautiful rowing.
That's phenomenal.
Just great.
Look at it. They're pouring it back on. They've been back and forth this whole race.
Yeah, it's
going to
be about a deck length.
I think that's going to be St. Mary's.
No.
We'll see.
It's the crew in the yellow.
Wow.
Darn good race, yeah.
Wow.
Here comes going to be a good race for third. Who's that look like out in third place right now?
Third place
St.
right
Ignatius?
now is, who is it? What lane?
St. Ignatius, I bet.
I think that's right.
Lane 3.
Lane 1 at St. Edwards.
St. Edwards, okay, beautiful.
And it should be that green ore.
Yeah, they're a smaller crew. They did real well for their size.
They sure have. So they'll finish third. So it looks like the finals go like this. St. Ignatius A-Boat finishes first, followed by St. Mary's, followed by St. Edwards in the third slot.
Beautiful. They got a race right behind it. What's next?
They do. Right behind it is the men's first varsity 4 final. This was the men's second varsity 4 final.
Beautiful.
Who do we have in this one?
In this one, we've got Northview. We've got St. Ignatius B, St. Ignatius A, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, Forest Hills Central, St. John's Jesuit, Ann Arbor Huron, Cranbrook, and Ann Arbor Pioneer.
That's a big race.
It is a big race.
It's tight.
Looks tight.
Yeah.
All the way across.
It sure is.
Lane 3's got it right now.
Lane 1's looking pretty good.
Lane
out
2
in
and
front.
3.
How in the
1, 2, and 3.
world can you see that?
So are they seated by lane 1, 2, and 3? Are that seated?
Yeah, but how do you see it that far away? That is amazing to me.
Mostly
James sells lenses for Johnson & Johnson. He put some new lenses in my eyes.
I guess so. I mean,
What's that new Odyssey lens? That's the Johnson & Johnson's new lens. Get them while they're hot, ladies and gentlemen.
This is not approved.
He got that he didn't lick that off the grass, as they might
Yeah.
say. He learned that from his daddy.
This is
no
a
doubt.
great race. I take lane number 1 right now.
Yeah,
but
lane 1 looks to have a pretty
no, it's
pretty
close.
good lead.
St. Ignatius B boat.
Lane 2's got a good rhythm going too.
That's their brother boat, St.
Yeah.
Ignatius A.
Right now, I take the brother boat the way they're swinging.
Okay, I'm going to take your word for it, brother.
Yeah, I take the one in the middle, brother.
Just amazing to me.
It may
Lane
or may
2.
not be accurate.
You can just see the rhythm going right now. They just have a better recovery.
Really? What do you mean by that?
Well, they're really seeing like now the crew in the middle.
Uh-huh.
St.
Watch,
Mary's.
they're in, and their beautiful rhythm coming to the stern before they get to water right there. Boom.
Lane 3 is in the lead. That's
what I
St.
said.
Mary's.
Okay.
But lane 4 is going to be fighting out with lane 2, right? Lane 1.
It seems that this
It's Forest
about
Hills Central and St. Ignatius.
right about here is where they start to get affected by the wind a little bit.
Beautiful race.
Great catches.
St. Mary's, followed by Forest Hill Central, followed by St. Ignatius A.
Whoever's coaching St. Mary's rhythm is just beautiful. See it? Watch. Boom,
I
bam.
believe that's Don Wright.
Boom, bam. They're in. That yellow boat's coming on, too.
That's great.
Yeah, well, I'm probably going to get tired.
Beautiful racing.
There it is.
This is St. Mary's races, boy. Some beautiful racing.
They're trying to repeat as champions of the Laddie Cup. They won it last year for the first time. In 14 years, they're trying to go back-to-back for the first time in history. And, Don, they're making a move here with a statement in this race.
Yeah. One more 8. I think you're placing for 8s or higher than 4s, but
that's correct.
They get 1 8 race. That could pretty much seal it up.
Yep, and that takes us to our point of the new scoring system that is indeed higher rated for the bigger boats and 80% for the B boats.
Who's keeping track of the points right now?
That's a great question. I believe Ann Wright is a part of that. But Pat the Stat can get on where the point totals are, maybe, perhaps. Nate Bush is on deck. He's in the green room getting ready. Huh?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I tell you what, last year was the first time I heard you're commentating on the races from my house. And you guys do one fantastic job. I can't believe that you're not on the Detroit Tigers broadcasting network right now as good as you guys do. I watch every Tigers game, and you do as great a job as they do.
Thank you.
Proud of what you do.
Thanks. We're having fun with it. We are having fun with it, and it's great to have this type of venue, and we thank the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew for allowing us to do this. We thank our sponsors for allowing us to do this.
Yeah.
We couldn't do it without them.
Your guys in the back are doing great too.
Thank you very much. Mike Morris, one of our sponsors that we thank for making it possible, 855-699-5527. Mike Morris Law Firm, row for the win. Sponsors of the Laddie Cup. Also want to thank our sponsors at Reinhardt Industries. And coverage continues as we're down the stretch, our final 30 or 45 minutes of this great race. We are the Prep, and we are available to broadcast. Info at theprepsports.com. Join our sponsorship team today. And also, if you'd like a broadcast, we're also on social media. We're on our YouTube channel right here, right now. If you could subscribe, it's free. We'd really appreciate that. Right now, it's the women's second varsity 4 that's in motion, and that is Northview out of Grand Rapids, St. Joe's Academy twice, Northview in there twice, and East Grand Rapids also in this race.
Northview, that's great. That's over by me. And their coach, Rick Anderson, I know him real well. He's helped start the Rockford team back when I started Central. And Rick is a very accomplished, world-renowned sculler. He's won the head of the Charles sculling race.
Of times. How many times?
At least 3 times. Yeah. Rick Anderson, coach of Northview. Talk about a guy that can breathe.
Yeah.
He's got lungs. I used to row on the river. I get out there. I see him a mile behind me, and he just keeps churning and churning. Before you know it, he's past me like I'm standing still. That's how good he is. He is great. Good man. He's put a lot of years into rowing, too, coaching and both sculling.
The Grand Rapids area and development of rowing, which I know you won't say this, but I will say it, attributed to your putting your paws on that side of the state and showing them what rowing was about to you.
Yeah, it was fun.
And sharing it.
Absolutely.
A lot of years.
And it's a good thing, too. So we were talking about this earlier with the option. So we started in Grand Rapids, and we had our pals in school, my brother and I, and the option was always there if we wanted to go to St. Mary's. But it came down to either living in the dorms, which wouldn't have been bad, or living with
your brother loved
Mimi
it.
and Pippi, exactly, or living with Mimi and Pippi. And the more likely one was going to be that we lived with Mimi and Pippi.
That'd
And
be a
that
bad influence.
that was a tough pill to swallow. So I don't know if it was by design. We did not want to move in there. We chose to stick around, and he was the sucker that said, "Okay, I'll coach." Yeah. And then here we are.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What would life have been like living with Mimi and Pippi?
So I did live there with him.
What was it like?
When I moved back over here to start working, it was I didn't expect most of it, to be honest. I mean, he was always up at 5 a.m. every single day, and it would be an example. It'd be early April, and he taps me on the shoulder at 6 a.m. before I had to go into work, and he's like, "Come on, you got to help me put out the buoy." I'm like, what? The ice just broke. I got to get this buoy out there. He hated when boats would come inside the drop-off. So I go, all right, whatever. Like, let's go do it, I guess. Yeah. So he suckers me in out there. I get it out. He's like, just a little bit further. I throw out the buoy, and he's like, all right. And then he's already got one of the dock pieces halfway in the water. All right, we're just going to do this, too. Before we know it, we've got buoys out. I'm going under the water. It's 35 degrees.
Get a headache.
Yeah, putting out the dock and then going to work. What the heck just happened? But a lot of good times, too. Played a lot of pool. A lot of pool with him. He's a pool shark.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
See, there's a hidden talent.
This busted up pool table down in the basement. We played a lot of games of pool down there.
Okay.
Everybody did. And then, some midnight swims. The house didn't have air conditioning. The water pressure was, it was a trickle. Yeah. And so you'd go days, like, I just can't get in there. Feels like you're not getting clean. So he'd say it'd be hot in the house. Yeah. He hadn't bathed in a couple of days, and go for a midnight swim. Go take a dunk. So that was always nice to do that with Pip.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Here comes a good race. What do we got there, Pat?
Yeah, the women's second varsity 4, and we're trying to get an idea who's out in front. I'm sure you can tell us from here. This is well within your zone,
Lane
sir.
5?
Yeah, you named it. That's East Grand Rapids. That's the Pioneers making a move in
Looks
lane
like
5.
they're yellow and gold and blue.
That's
blue
it.
and gold.
Yep.
Who's outside them?
Just outside of them, it appears to be St. Joe's Academy, perhaps. It's the Jags, indeed, making a move. The fans here starting to make some noise, too.
It's hard to tell.
Girls only out of Cleveland, Ohio.
Can you see the bow number on that lead boat? I can't see it. No.
Stats trying to get there.
Usually I could tell by the blades colors, but I can't tell what color those blades are. Blue?
Big lead out in front by lane number 4, St. Joe's Academy. That's their A boat. It's going to take it home.
Looks like East Grand Rapids way out there, and then Northview on the inside coming on.
That's right.
No, it's not Northview. St. Joe's B.
So East Grand Rapids looks to be battling it out
with St. Joe B.
With St. Joe B.
Yeah.
Or St. Joe A, rather.
Yep.
So St. Joe's A, followed by East Grand Rapids. St. Joe's A, St. Joe's B, and East Grand Rapids is how this thing will finish.
And then you got Northview B and A and B.
Yes, sir.
We got another race coming up. I hope they don't catch them.
Yeah, you're not lying.
It's going to be close.
What's coming down next?
Coming up next.
The varsity 4 final.
Yeah, the women's first varsity 4 final.
I don't think they'll catch them.
They're booking.
Yeah. I'm just thinking they're going to catch the Northview, but they won't.
Boats look pretty even in that first 500.
Sure do.
Is this the finish of this race?
Yes.
Who's lane number 1? St. Mary's in the women's varsity 4 finals.
Lane 1 is way out in front. St. Joe's Academy.
And then Notre Dame Academy. Then St. Mary's.
Wow, they got a commanding lead out in front.
Is that a boys' crew or girls?
That is women's.
I can't see on the screen.
I believe. Should be the women's first varsity 4 racing next.
Yeah, this is everyone's racing for second in this next race. That is just impressive to see that kind of a lead that early on.
Which lane is it in the big lead? Is that 1? Is that St.
It
Joe's?
looks like lane 1.
Yeah, St. Joe's Academy again, looking to go back to back.
Crushing out there.
Yeah, no surprise. They're a machine.
Jeez.
Fight for second place in this one. And there you see the first varsity 4, the Eaglets.
So if some of the people that are watching, if you look at the angle of the oars when they're reaching right now, that's called the catch angle. And a good crew will put their oar in on the maximum reach on their catch. The oar will go in like before they start pulling. So you want to connect that oar before you even move your body towards the bow or your leg drive. Because this sport is 80% legs. So you sit tall and let the legs do the walking. And watch the girl in the stroke seat on the port side. Look at her reach. Beautiful catch, see? And then you see the length they are in the water before they extract the blade.
It looks like a well-oiled machine to me.
Second place,
you
looks like lane 5's in second right now, but it's close.
And then you see how they move towards the bow with their back. That's called the swing, because they push the legs down and they use their arms to swing towards the bow with the momentum. And then they release the water. Real good looking boat.
All right, let's go to this race for second and third. This is going to be tight because whoever this is that lane 3 coming in?
Very tight. 3 boats all in a row.
3 and 5. Yeah, lane 3. Lane 2's making a late push here.
Lane 2 is
coming up on.
NDA.
They're bow to stern with the outside crew.
Notre Dame Academy, girls only out of Toledo.
St. Mary's is going to cruise it. Ooh, wow, that's close though. Almost
Yeah,
gave
it's
up the
very
number
close.
2 spot. Wow.
They did end up passing that crew, didn't they? No, they made it through.
So, once again, to recap, the first, second, and third place. Lane number 1, St. Joe's Academy finishes first. Lane 3, Orchard Lake St. Mary's finishes second. And lane 2, Notre Dame Academy finishes third. And that's the women's first varsity 4. We'll step aside, we'll take a timeout, we'll come back with Laddie Cup coverage here on the Prep. Thanks for watching. We're here with Jack Wyzorek, a senior, a guy who's in the varsity 8, varsity 4, and the varsity X. Look, this is year 4 for you. You got into this rowing program when you got here as a freshman. Just take us through your journey here as an oarsman at Orchard Lake.
So, I mean, it all kind of started when I toured here my 8th grade year. And I kind of got on campus. I mean, I had a great tour guide. I mean, I just knew it was the place I wanted to be. And when I started like taking a look at some stuff that was around the campus, stuff to get involved, that kind of thing, I found out about the rowing program, and I think the rowing program was just like so unique it's not something else it's not something you could just find anywhere else around here. And my freshman year, I mean, we had just a blast. Like, it was just, I mean, it's really where I met most of my friends. A lot of my friends, we all row. We were all in the Novice 8 boat together that won our first state championship. My freshman year, gold medal. My first ever gold medal was at States, and it was just so special. And yeah, in my sophomore year, we rowed in the J8 that we took to nationals. That was probably one of my favorite boats ever. Some of the other guys here were in that boat, and they can speak to the, significance of that boat. Taking it to nationals, just having a grand time. Last year we had the boys junior 4, and that was just another one of just amazing boats that I've ever been in, and went to nationals. Yeah, it's just super special. And then this year we're hoping for our 3rd state championship in my time here, and I'll be rowing in the varsity 8 and the varsity 4 and the varsity quad.
Unbelievable. Congratulations on the success. You're headed to Tennessee, and the Vols are going to get a guy. Now, you're not going to row down there, perhaps. You may or may not, but what will you take with you from what rowing has done for you as a young adult and go to college with? What's the one characteristic it's going to help you with?
I would have to say that rowing has really taught me perseverance and just hard work ethic. Rowing's a sport where you train, and you only get to race for just those 5 minutes, and then it's over. So you put in all this work for just a little bit of time to show it off. So I think all that work ethic that we build up over the winter is just super important.
Jack Wyzorek, one of the brightest and best of Orchard Lake, senior oarsman, getting ready to get his groove on today at the Laddie Cup. More to come after this.
Six races left in Orchard Lake. Welcome back to the Laddie Cup. Chad Bush alongside James and Don Leblanc. And we are amongst the men's junior 8 final.
St. Ed's got a boat length.
And St. Ed's already out in front there in lane 1. St. Mary's is in lane 2. St. Ignatius in lane 3. Ann Arbor Huron in lane 4. East Grand Rapids in lane 5. St. John's Jesuit out of Toledo and Catholic League members in lane 6. Forest Hill Central in lane 7. One of their proud alums to my right. And Celine is in that 8th lane.
It's going to be a good race between 1, 2, and 3. Or 1, 3, and 4. I can't tell.
I think you're right. 1, 2, and 3. St. Ed's, St. Mary's, and St. Ignatius. 3 of the biggest powers in the Midwest.
Lane. Yeah, I'd say lane 3 or 4 is winning right now. This is lane 3. St. Mary's. No.
All right.
Great race.
So what do we have here? Three is in the lead. That's St. Ignatius, that we know.
It's going to be a great finish. Here we go.
St. Ed's is second.
You're going to start to see him increasing the rate. Blades going in and out even quicker. Let's see who can get to the line first.
Wow. It's going to be sweet. I'll still take the crew on the outside. Who is?
Yeah, it's St. Ignatius.
St. Iggy.
They seem to be stroke for stroke. Looks like Ignatius has about a 4-seat lead.
The fight for the first place finish between St. Ed's and St. Ignatius.
And St. Mary's.
And St. Mary's, yeah. Great race. 1, 2, 3. That's respectable.
And the Eaglets right behind.
All these boats are going to get nothing but faster between now and Midwest. that's a cool thing. This point in the season, they really, you know, you get better weather, you get more time in the water, more time rowing together. Things really start to come together.
St. Ignatius wins it. St. Edward's finishes second. Orchard Lake St. Mary's finishes third in this event they call the men's junior 8. With Coxon. That's right. Women's junior 8 is next
I'm not getting anything
with Coxon.
TBD. I don't know who's going to win between TBDs.
It's always a tight one when the TBDs are involved.
Oh, race. I know, kid. Wow, 8 races. 8 boats. Or is that 9? 8 races, 8 boats.
Yep. St. Joe's will be in this race twice.
That's crazy.
As if they needed 2 chances to
I know it.
get a first place. But it does speak to the nice depth of rowing these days, right? It's just growing in popularity.
Yeah.
Respect to the officials out on the water. They're doing a great job keeping things moving along. Seasoned crew of guys that have been doing this a long time.
What time was this race supposed to go off? 3:37?
It was supposed to go off at 3:37. We're about 10 minutes behind.
That's great, though. Whenever you can stay on
incredible.
schedule like that.
It's hard to do.
Well, they're 10 minutes behind.
That's not bad for a whole day's affair.
Yeah.
That's great.
You're not a harsh critic, sir.
Oh,
well,
yeah,
No, I'm
I'm
kidding.
usually
I know.
never behind my
I was going to say, he's never been behind. His regattas will never finish off time. Which is a little bit true.
It's awesome.
It's all related to the weather.
So I know talking to some of the coaches that are here today, certainly the folks on staff at St. Mary's from Zarnki to Don Wright, they've seen my dad at his, we'll call it his finest, starting, whether it be dockmaster at a regatta or if he's aligning boats at the start. It's always an interesting situation. There's a lot of hollering, good spirited hollering, and you kind of have to coach your kids up when you know who the starter is, who the aligner is, because there's very little patience. Like, so I think we have stake boats out there today, but a lot of regattas, especially earlier in years, where it was officials trying to, it's like herding feral cats is the best way I've heard it put by Coach Zarnki. You've got all these boats. Some people have experience. Most of them can't hear you because it's windy, it's cold. They're all distracted by one another, and you're trying to get their bows lined up to within a foot. And if you can achieve that on a floating start, you're doing pretty good. But it requires a lot of hurry up and yelling and good loud voice. And so some people take it personally. It's not meant to be. But
sure,
he made a lot of, we'll call them friends over the years. He did a good job at every regatta.
Here's a look at the St. Mary's Women's Junior 8. Gia Tangway is the coxswain. Sydney Labutte, along with Avery Daniels, Evelyn Ross in the 6th seat. Nika Ladisinski in the 5. Madeline Curtin in the 4. Ava Gallegos in the 3. Caroline Kronman in the 2 seat, and then in the bow it's Layla Berger. That's the OLSM Women's Junior 8. And that's what's going on right now. St. Joe's Academy A and B squad, the Eaglets, along with Cranbrook, Shaker Heights, East Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor Pioneer, and Ann Arbor Huron.
I know how to press it.
Austin Sonnenberg is driving the drone. Watch out, everybody. Hide your children and your wife. Just kidding. Everybody deserves a shot at the drone. Sorry? Oh, YouTube. Okay. We appreciate everybody commenting on the YouTube. You can comment as well. We've got folks watching from all over the place. Thank you, Brad Burns, for the kind words. The production value of this is incredible. It's like I'm watching ESPN. Awesome work. Thank you, Brad. Karen Egan says watching and cheering for Giada Merja and OLSM from Connecticut. Not one state screams rowing louder than Connecticut. Thanks for streaming. Go Gia. Thank you, Karen. And we thank Kimberlyn Fawson also for writing in. She says she appreciates being able to watch her nephew row from home today. Thank you to the crew. Thank you, Kimberlyn. Thank you to Donna Ray Smith, Michael Lewis, Tyson Bowling. Even though he called it a yap fest. Well, Tyson, you're yapping at us. We're all yapping together. Aren't we? If you're here and I'm here, aren't we all yapping? Sean Llewellyn, who rode for Judd Ross, Jack, and Don.
I remember him.
Good times.
Red hair, wasn't it?
82.
Did he have red hair?
I think he does. Looks like it in this photo.
Was he strong? That boy was strong.
Is that right?
I think he rode 6 feet.
Okay.
He'll be able to tell you. Nice lad.
Chad Bush alongside James LeBlanc and Don LeBlanc. And we are upon the women's junior 8 final.
It's rolling.
Hope Sean's doing well. It sounds like he must be. He's able to watch a TV, eh?
The women's junior 8 final.
What race is going on? It's not just this one.
Junior 8.
Women's junior 8. 337.
It's close, real close.
Halfway into it.
About halfway home now.
Lane 7.
Lane 7, you say, and that's St. Joe's Academy. The Jags, again, leading the pack. And the folks making the trip from Seatown loving it. But more to come. There's a little chicken left on that bone. But with 2 boats entered in the contest, the Jags have a good shot. So do the Eaglets and the Cranes. We'll keep an eye as well on the scores.
Yeah.
The overall scoring, and then you have the men's score and then the women's score. All those starting to tally in, and all those matter. The Eaglets trying to go back to back.
Who's the inside crew on this? I can't tell. It's dark.
Looks like
Lane 1 or lane 2?
lane 8 is overtaking lane 7.
Ann Arbor Huron has just overtaken St. Joe's Academy on the outside, it appears.
Who's lane 2?
It looks like Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 2
Right.
is jumping out.
Looks like it. I see white blades flashing.
Looks like 873.
That is St. Mary's, I believe.
872.
Here it's looking like 2's in the lead.
Right now it's St. Mary's.
OLSM in the lead.
Close between the crew up in lane 6, I think it is. It's
St.
hard to
Mary's
tell.
taking over number 1.
It's going to be close. That crew on the outside's rocking it in too. Can't tell who that is. I can't count the
St.
lanes.
Joe's Academy, I believe that is in 7. It is.
Yeah. They
So
might have the lead right now.
St. Mary's against St. Joe's. Detroit against Cleveland. Michigan against Ohio.
It's going to be a good one.
Cavs against Pistons. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, here's who
Stop
they're
it.
yanking up. They're jacking it up
That
right now.
was not nice. Who said that?
Here it goes. It's going to be a tight one.
St. Joe's Academy and Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
I'm going to take the inside boat.
Eaglets on the near side the Jags on the far side. And the shouting continues from the sidelines.
St. Mary just kicked up their rate. They think they're at about a 36 right now.
Here comes St. Mary's.
Eaglets making a move, maybe pulled ahead.
Looking really clean. Look at the blades in and out.
It's too tight to call.
2, 7, 8.
That's at least a half a boat.
I don't know. Yeah, they did it. They did it at the end here.
The Eaglets closed it out with a fast push to edge St. Joe's. Who will be third?
Yellow.
Number 8. Bodie.
It's Ann Arbor Huron in lane 8 that gets the third spot. So how about it? What a race, boys.
Beautiful.
It was a great one.
Girls look great out there. I coached the girls at Forest Hills. One year I had a crew of lightweight girls that the whole boat average GPA was 4.1.
Wow.
That was one of the best things about coaching them when they had that GPA that high.
Man.
And every time they go out, they say it to me. I say, okay, you girls don't have a snowball's chance in hell. And they used to love that. And then they go out and win. But I always had to say that before they race.
Hey, you got to motivate in all different ways. And different, motivation tactics work for different genders, too.
That's true. But they did great.
That's cool. So that one's in the books. Men's varsity 2X is next. Doubles, as they folks in the know say.
That'd be a fun race.
The doubles.
Sculling's been really impressive today.
It'll be St. Mary's in there twice. Celine, Pioneer, Detroit. Pioneer's going to be in twice. St. Ignatius and Grand Rapids Northview, the Wildcats representing.
Must be good.
I'm glad you asked. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 races remain. And we're trying to get a tally of points.
Is there an overall boys and combination,
There
men and
is.
women, and then individual men's trophy?
Yeah, yeah. There's
It's
an
gonna be
overall.
tight. It's going to be real tough.
Yeah, sure is. There's a first men, a first women, and then there's the overall. Last year it was St. Ignatius that won it for the men. St. Mary's would finish second in the men, and Forest Hills Central would finish third for the men. St. Joseph would finish first for the women. St. Mary's would finish second for the women. And East Grand Rapids would finish third for the women last year. That was all in the Laddie Cup. And overall, St. Mary's victorious with 203 points last season. St. Ignatius would finish second, and St. Joe's would finish third. Mind you, St. Mary's co-ed now, so they're collecting double points. St. Ignatius, who finished second, and St. Joe's, who finished third, both single-gender schools. So, the doubles in the men, as the ladies stroke by and proudly glance over near shore to hear their rave reviews. Waves starting to pick up a bit. What's this all about? What does that mean in the water world?
I think it's just from the launch coming through.
Okay.
Because the wind's blowing off the shore.
So the fun continues to grow after this, guys. You've got Midwest that follows the Laddie Cup.
Next week, isn't it?
I think it's
Yeah.
next week.
It's usually Mother's Day weekend.
Yeah. And that always, this is a good indicator of where you sit, right?
Yeah.
When you head to the next, to
Yep.
the Midwest.
Yep, they'll make any adjustments that need to be made. They'll probably look at today and see if they're going to move people around in boats, find a little bit more speed, and
Tighten up
hope
the
for the
rigging.
best.
Is film work becoming a thing in rowing and watching, making adjustments? In other sports you talk about, all right, maybe technique different or this or that. Is that stay true in rowing nowadays with the technology?
I think so. Yeah, I think it gives them a better look. I know that whether they're able to zero in on one rower or the boat as a whole, but letting a rower row through the frame, 5 or 6 strokes should give you a pretty good idea of what you want to fine tune. They employed it back in the mid '80s using an old shoulder
days.
camera. Yeah, I remember going into we'd go into the clubhouse over here and try and watch it on a grainy screen with Chad Abule, looking at his form or lack thereof. Larry Polovich, same thing. All those guys that rode back, all those characters.
The Josh Polovich reset, I love it. And Larry, you mentioned.
I don't think not much technically you can do, because they've got their stroke and gradient in them from all the times they put the oar in and out of the water. Maybe they might give another centimeter or something on an oar to give a little bit more leverage, because there's a collar on that oar, so you can move the handle in and out to give a little bit more leverage, pick up the stroke rate, slow down the stroke rate. That's all you can tweak it, kind of like putting another gear on your bike. So
well said. Here's the doubles for the Eaglets. It'll be Broderick Keller and Isaac Bogie in the first boat. In the other boat, it's Keaton Connolly along with Jamie Stewart in the men's varsity final double B. Men's varsity double final A is next.
So it looks like we have Detroit out in the number 1 spot, followed by OLSM A and Celine B.
All right. Well, that is the leaderboard as we come down the stretch.
And we have an update. Looks like first and second just swap spots. So we've got a tight race out there for the number 1 and number 2 spot.
So it's OLSM A
in Detroit.
We thank everyone for watching on our YouTube channel. Thanks for the support. We do many sports, including rowing. We've got more coverage coming this upcoming week with baseball, softball, lacrosse all upon us. Girls soccer. The spring has all kinds of sports, and we're in on all of them. That's west side of the state, that's east side of the state, that's northern, that's Midwest.
Looks like the update is St. Mary's is still out in the number 1 spot. Not quite at the halfway point. Having the buoyed course in a sculling event, these small boats, it's nice being able to see the buoys tick by out of the corner of your eye, so you're not spending as much time looking behind you and stay on course. And the straighter you go, hopefully cuts time off as well.
It's a good observation. Thanks for Kate Daly also chiming in, saying let's go St. Joe, watching from Atlanta. GS360 also, great job on the aerial and water shots. New to the sport and the coverage, but it's a nice bonus to being at the race. Thank you. It is fun. A little chilly, but
nice grab.
We're working through it. Thank you. And we appreciate our viewers.
Who's in lane 1?
Lane 1 is St. Mary's A boat.
Okay.
Good
There's
stuff.
an update. We've got St. Mary's in first, Celine B in second, and then Detroit in the number 3 spot.
Now, did Laddie have some association with the Detroit Boat Club?
Oh, yeah.
He did, right?
Sure, yeah.
The Detroit Boat Club, and that's kind of one of the reasons they're a continued member of this race.
The Detroit Boat Club is the oldest rowing club in America. Was
Wow.
Detroit Boat Club.
Okay.
I want to say it was 1829. Man, for some reason or another. They had a facility like you wouldn't believe on Belle Isle. It's in disarray, but if they ever raise the funds to resurrect, to fix it up again. It's a showpiece. It was back then.
Bet it's got a nice infrastructure
Oh,
ready
yeah.
to rock.
It was huge. They had a ballroom that was
Really?
amazing back then. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Very cool. Bet you spun around in that ballroom a few times.
No, that's before my time. That's how long it's been there.
Okay. Laddie, I'm sure, took
Yeah.
Mimi,
Oh, yeah.
spun Mimi around a few
Yep.
times on that dance floor. He liked to dance now.
He did.
And sing and perform. He's good at it all.
Yeah, St. Mary's looks like they got this pretty good. Oops.
Yep, still.
Couple bad strokes there.
Still St. Mary's, Saline, Detroit.
The little guy's way out there looking good too.
So
lane
it's
4 is up there. Who's lane 4? Or 5? Can't tell.
5 is going to be Detroit. No, it's Pioneer.
Okay.
5 is Pioneer. Are they second right now?
Looks like Detroit would be second. I don't know.
Yeah.
Still 1-2-4.
1, 2, 4.
That's Connolly and Stewart for Orchard Lake in the lead.
See how nice the rhythm is? How beautiful right here. Look at see, boom. Nice rhythm.
It takes off water type relationship things in a two-man to kind of build repertoire.
I think so.
You watch their stern.
It's helpful.
You want that stern. You don't want that stern to check backwards. You want it to keep moving forward.
My brother and I have had words with one another out on the boat. You know, we were rowing in a double. We had a race, and all we did is swear at each other the whole ways down.
There's nowhere to go.
Came
You're
in
stuck with
second.
them.
Yeah. If
Okay.
we spent half as much time actually focusing on the race as we did on one another, we probably would have. Maybe we would have fared better.
That's great. Earl was wrong.
Earl, yeah, it depends on who you ask.
I don't know about that. He said what?
What's it? It's a girls' double coming down next or what?
Yeah, that's well.
Oh, that's the final. This was the.
We've got the final A, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so now the final A. So we've got men's varsity final A.
Okay.
Next. 3 races remain. The final 3 are upon us. And this will involve Shaker Heights, Detroit Boat Club, East Grand Rapids, Northview. Detroit will have its second entry. Saline, Forest Hills Central, and Cranbrook. No Orchard Lake St. Mary's in this event.
So it's lane number 1's winning, eh?
Shaker. It looks like Shaker is, yeah, they're in the lead. Are they out in front pretty big?
It looks like they got a boat length, open water.
And there goes the drone. Just
look
like that.
Again, look at their rhythm, how they got a rhythm in the red crew. Look at how strong they are. And you see how strong they are into the bow right here.
Uh-huh.
They're rated pretty high.
Shaker Heights out in front, representing the east side of Cleveland. I almost said Chicago. Sorry.
It's okay. Must be East Grand Rapids out there.
Yep.
Number in second place. They're coming on strong too.
That's right.
It's going to be close.
Number 5.
Very good race.
Detroit Boat Club trying to sneak up. We got a dandy
This is
here.
going to be a sneaky one. Watch that crew in the yellow boat. There they go.
That's EGR.
They're okay. Now the kid in the red crew is starting to pick it up now too. There they go. It's going to be a good finish. Stroke for stroke right now.
Yeah,
Look
real
at,
tight.
looks like the red crew got it though.
Shaker Heights.
Now they're getting long. See them go. Good. Both crews look beautiful. All crews look great out there.
Yeah, they do.
Very good.
Shaker Heights wins it, followed by East Grand Rapids, followed by Detroit Boat Club. A.
good, Drees.
Yeah. Slouch on this. So 2 more to go.
That's it.
That's it. That's all. The women's varsity
single,
and the women's varsity double
pair.
Dang it.
That's
I almost
okay.
got it
Okay.
right.
2 X's always. The one with the line is a pair.
I'll remember it next
You
year.
will next year. That's all next year's.
I'll get there, Coach. So it's been a good one as we cross our 4th hour of coverage of the 2025 Laddie Cup.
Now these are 2 of the slowest races in rowing. The
Okay,
single
well,
and the
that's not
pair.
anything our production crew wanted to hear, Don.
They're tough races. You know, you're all by yourself.
Lonely out there.
And then the pair is tough because you both got 1 oar, and just keeping the float's tough in these boats.
I bet. And right now, in this race, it looks like Celine is out in front over EGR's Sea Boat, followed by Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the single. And that is Giada Merja,
Wow.
whose aunt rode in from Connecticut. She's rooting hard from CT.
There's my favorite hygienist from Grand Rapids.
Oh, yeah? Oh, there she is. The Wildcats' finest. Thanks to Bob Sullivan for writing in as well. Great job. The prep can't
Yeah,
stop
I-
watching. Go OLSM. Thanks for your support, Bob.
Safe trip home.
Not too late to get involved on the chat.
And a thank you to all the fans and favorite grandpas and grandmas and aunts and uncles that showed up today to cheer the kids on.
That's right.
It means a lot to them.
Bet. And it's not easy conditions to always love going to a regatta in. You got to get there early. It's in Michigan. It's usually cold.
Yep.
You got to get in a water. I mean, it's one thing to be cold, but can you imagine going to now you got to get in the water. What? At a football game? 30 degrees? Oh, go in the water now.
Right.
Huh?
No thanks.
No thanks. I mean, this is a tough sport.
Laddie used to say, "There ain't nothing more beautiful than watching this sport than a woman and rowing." That's what he used to say.
He really loved the sport.
Yeah.
I mean, he fell in love with it.
Yep.
And the passion, you mentioned it so many times, but man.
Even when he had his Parkinson's his last 5 or 6 years, he used to try to get out in the boat
Yeah.
and row.
Did-
Parkinson's finally got him.
Yeah, well,
But I think
it wasn't without a
it's-
fight, and it wasn't without an impact and an imprint.
I think being a rower and knowing what he had to put up through on the water and pushing yourself hard helped him get through Parkinson's because it was a really tough disease for 35 years.
I can imagine.
But
Can only imagine.
all sports help you through a lot of
Yeah.
conditions in life.
Yeah. We are amongst the women's varsity single. And right now, it's Celine's A-boat in the lead.
Yeah, the girl on the outside. What's lane's 8 doing out there?
Lane 8, it's getting late, is East Grand Rapids B.
Yeah, she's doing well out there too.
She's making a push, but she's got to catch East Grand Rapids C, who is third right now if she wants to place.
Yeah.
St. Mary's is fourth. Or excuse me, St. Mary's is in lane 4. They're second.
Yeah.
who's going to win it.
So Celine's going to win this thing. St. Mary's is going to finish second, I believe.
Yes. And then there's a fight between 5 and 1.
And then, as you heard Pat the Stat over the airwaves, it's a fight between Northview and East Grand Rapids. That's okay. That's all right, Father. It's late. We all know. It's fine. So that concludes this race. That means there's one left. The Laddie Cup 2025. And, we've got 3 winners today, the overall, the men's, and the women's. So all those scores will be tallied. It'll take some time. I don't know if we'll have them here today before we sign off, but we will have as much of an update as we can gather. I want to thank all the folks that have helped make all the scoring possible for us to even come close to getting it accurate. Of course, Pat the Stat, our own statistician, Dave Selby has been a huge help. Don Wright and Ann Wright as well. Our scoring system team. And a lot of spotting along the way. Don LeBlanc's been spotting from the Sunoco at the corner. Doesn't matter. And how about our own Andrew Steele, who's been, solid as ever again. I think we'll sign him back another year. And then, the boss, Ross, who's out there all bundled up on the boat, taking over for Dylan O'Connor, who is wet and wounded but still working.
Yep, they get started.
Socks are almost dry.
We have a start.
Everybody have a safe trip home for sure. What?
Last race.
You're not leaving us yet.
No, I know everybody.
Don't you try sneaking
all
out.
All the grandmas and grandpas and uncles and aunts go have a safe trip home.
Oh, you bet. No, you bet. I thought you were trying to sneak out of here and Irish exit me. I'm like, wait a minute.
He might have.
You can't do that on air. I see you do that at a couple parties. You're not going to do that on this broadcast, sir.
I'm old. Old and gray.
You're not. You're looking good, man. This is the women's varsity pair. The final race today.
Yeah, it's called a wave solutions or something like that. Or you see them at the American.
8-boat race.
It's a lot of boats in a pair. Did they start it already?
It is, yeah. It's underway. The final race is underway. East Grand Rapids is in lane 1. Their A boat. Detroit Boat Club is in lane 2. Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 3. Detroit Boat Club C boat is in lane 4. Detroit Boat Club A boat is in lane 5. Followed by their A boat in lane 6. St. Ursula Academy in lane 6. East Grand Rapids B in lane 7. And Detroit D. Detroit has 4 boats in this race in
Look
lane
at
8.
Sun on the water out there.
Beautiful. Beautiful. A blessing from above.
Yep.
And there is the women's varsity 2, and that's Ellie Azzato along with Sienna Smith. They're going to room together at Michigan.
Are they rowing?
Yeah. Well, they're not going to row. They're not going to row, but they're going to be roommates. They both have great careers ahead of them.
Beautiful.
And they were both in the national championship boat last year in the girls' junior 4.
Beautiful.
Yep.
And they're in this race?
They are. Yep, they're the pair or the duel.
Yeah, pair.
Pair, did I say it right? Okay.
Yep.
Took me all program.
Here comes the old barge coming in. They're done starting these races. See them on the outside up there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're happy coming this way.
So a pair of Eaglet Wolverines cruising in. They're in 3rd right now. Detroit Boat Club in the lead. The D boat.
Tell you what, if you can row in Detroit River, this is like being in heaven today. I mean, you get
that
waves.
right?
There's so many fishermen out there right now.
Yeah.
I'm one of them, but I tell you what, the waves coming at you from every direction, plus the current.
Uh-huh.
This is like being in heaven for them today, this kind of water to row on.
I bet. Do you miss rowing on Union Lake?
Oh, yeah. I miss rowing, period. You know.
Yeah. Do you ever get out?
I just can't anymore.
Yeah.
He's got excuses.
I got excuses, but I don't have a boat.
How about you? Do you get out?
There's two both Pip, Mimi and Pippi's boats. Their singles are both hanging in our garage.
Awesome.
So my two boys are 7 and 9. We're gonna get them out of the water this year.
I paid somebody to
That's awesome.
refurbish
Very
them, and they're just sitting in the ceiling.
He talks a lot, doesn't he?
I love him. That's why he's on color. Yeah, that's why we're going to bring him back next year. It's great.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to get on the water a bit more. It was nice coaching here because it was, make a call into work and say I'm going to be a little bit late, and had on the water with some of the coaches. It was always fun.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
So a little update on our final race, and it's St. Ursula.
It's dominating.
St. Ursula now in the lead. St. Ursula Academy out at Toledo, followed by Detroit Boat Club D, followed by the Eaglets of Orchard Lake in that third slot. That's Ellie and Sienna.
Who's lane 6? Or is that lane 7? 7 and 8.
No, I think you're right. It's 6 and 8, and 6 is St. Ursula. And 8 is Detroit Boat Club.
Is it?
Yeah, I think 6 and 8.
Who's this down here in the lane? I can't do 1. Lane 3.
Yeah, that's the Eaglets in lane 3, making a move. Trying to move from third place to second.
Yeah, it's pretty tough on a pair.
Yeah, it's tough to make up ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have to take that crew in a very far lane. Their rhythm looks better.
Yeah, okay.
See the rhythm up
Your
against-
money's on the Detroit Boat Club.
Right now, but not saying it's...
No. You're locked
No,
in with Detroit Boat Club.
I'm just looking at the rhythm, but the little girls here are starting to swing too.
Dandy.
Still solid 6.
It's going to be a great race. Great finish of these two. Well, this inside crew, there they go. Oh, that's beautiful. There they go. The other crew just crabbed out.
Is that right?
People know
boy.
what catching a crab is? Did you explain that?
No, please explain it.
Okay, what happens when you catch a crab, your oar won't come out of the water, and they say, I caught a crab because I dug too deep. And it just basically stops you, and you have to start all over.
Man.
That's what happened out there.
Yikes.
When you catch a crab, it's usually 8 feet difference right away.
It's all done at
So
that
the little
point.
girls in the middle run the race. Good rowing.
Yeah.
Congratulations to all the athletes today.
Such great competition. I think 8 caught a crab. I don't think 8's in it anymore.
Nobody flipped. Yeah, there's one way out there. It was beyond the launch.
There's a red flag back there.
They're just getting them in their lane is all.
St. Ursula Academy is going to win this thing.
Yep.
The girls from the Glass City come up to take the top prize in the final race today. The women's varsity pair, followed by Detroit Boat Club and followed by Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Sienna Smith and Ellie Azzato.
Sienna. Good job.
All right, so more coverage to come, but that'll conclude our races. And gentlemen, can't thank you
Thank
enough. Don LeBlanc.
Good job. You did a
good enough to
job.
join us. You did a fabulous job. We appreciate you coming.
Thanks, Chad.
James LeBlanc, outstanding job. We thank Kevin as well. and all the great commentators. We're not done with coverage yet, but we will say goodbye to the LeBlancs. And thanks so much for watching. We'll try to get the final statistics and the overall stats right after this. Thanks for watching. We're the Prep. So long. Stand by.
Hi, I'm Nick DePonio, and this is HVAC.
We are the MHSAA, a collection of 750 high schools and 750 middle schools, from Temperance to Copper Harbor, from New Buffalo to Alpena. Each year, more than 250,000 students play one of our 28 sports. More than 1.5 million fans attend our postseason games. There are 30,000 coaches and 8,000 officials, not to mention all of the volunteers. The MHSAA believes in the 4 S's. School sports should be safe and kept in the appropriate scope. We believe nothing beats great sportsmanship, and that scholarship in the classroom is more important than excellence on the field or court. Most of all, we believe school sports should be fun. So come out and join us at a game. Support your school, support your community, and come see what the excitement is all about.
Want to thank everyone for watching today and making this broadcast possible. Once again, our sponsors, Reinhardt Industries, Mike Morse, Bloomfield Bounce House, couldn't do it without them. Let's start there. Chris Zarnki, Czar, the head coach, Orchard Lake St. Mary's Rowing, and Don Wright, the head varsity coach of Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Want to thank all of our crew for making this possible. A hardworking crew, a dedicated crew, and we couldn't do it. They're the ones that make it look crisp, and we thank them. Pat Bush on statistics, Alex Westfall, your executive producer, Austin Sonnenberg on replay, Sam Fisher on audio, Rob Hunter on graphics, Andrew Steele on drone, Brad Ross on camera, Dylan O'Connor on camera, Evan Westfall on camera as well, and all of the commentators for making this also a crispy broadcast. And boy, we got a long list of them, and we appreciate all of them. Mike Parker, Chad Abule, Don LeBlanc, Kevin LeBlanc, James LeBlanc, and we want to thank Tim Smith for joining us as well, Jim McBroom, and Ann Wright as well. My name is Chad Bush, saying so long from Orchard Lake St. Mary's and Laddie Cup 2025. We don't have a final score, but we hope you brought you enough action to give you all the glorification of these great young athletes in honor of the namesake of this regatta, Jack Laddie LeBlanc. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for watching. So long from Orchard Lake, Michigan.